Hello, deities. It's your favorite ferret. She's Louise. And today, we're going to go through some bonus content in Grace Ace Attorney Chronicles. I don't know if we'll get through all of it today, but there's some little things called charades. Not charades. Escapades. I confused myself with my own stream title. Oopsie. But real quick first, I'm going to test some things. Because I'm a professional. So last weekend, someone actually used my sound alerts, and I realized they're way too heckin' loud. So while I'm live, I'm gonna test them and see if they need to be changed a bit.
Do my best.
Okay, see, that doesn't seem too loud right now, but I could probably go a little quieter.
Do my best.
Oh, I didn't click save. Hold on. Do your best, Nino.
Do my best.
That sounds the same.
Do my best.
Okay, that one sounded better. Alright. Honestly, I'm gonna change all of them to that percent then, because that one sounded good.
Your face.
That one could be a little bit louder, but not too much louder.
Your face.
Okay.
I don't get it.
How about now?
I don't get it.
I don't get it. You guys can hear these, right? I can only assume.
I don't know. I never thought I'd get this far.
Oh, look at that spacey. I know, and the little text down there. That doesn't look great. Whatever. I'm not in control of that. Oh, this is the one. This is the one that scared the heck out of me when Not First and Last played it.
Prepare your bladder for imminent release.
Okay. Oh, that's still like pretty loud for what it is. But I guess that makes sense given the context of what the clip is.
Prepare your bladder for imminent release.
It's still gonna spook me. Let's try it a little quieter.
Prepare your bladder for imminent release.
Alright, that's enough to like be spooksome, but not like actually just be like, get my headset off of me. You know? Alright. This one's already at a low volume.
Let's get moving!
Okay, and it's still incredibly loud. Try again.
Let's get moving! Let's get moving!
Okay, that sounds better. Volumes are tricky, because like decibels don't really work in a linear fashion, so you never know if the volume slider you're working with is changing it to work with the decimals, or if it's like what it actually feels like it should be. Try this one.
Bird.
Oh, that one's quiet.
Birdie. Birdie, birdie.
Alright, hold on. Well, next one should be the same, so I'll try it at a higher volume.
Tiger. Tiger, tiger, tiger.
That's a lot of nuts!
Oh my god. It's so loud.
That's a lot of nuts!
Alright, I think that's okay. Oh, dun, 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 dun.
I don't know, but what I do know is we all did it together.
That sounds terrible. I love it. Dun, 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 dun.
It's impossible. You'll never make it. Never make it. Ever make it. Never make it. Never make it. You'll never make it. Ever. Don't you see you can make it?
I want my slaw!
Oh, God.
Your slaw, sir.
Oh, it's so
I want
loud.
my slaw!
Oh, it's so loud.
sir.
I want my slaw!
You have your slaw, sir.
I want my slaw!
What kind of chicken you want, mister?
I want my slaw!
You have your slaw, sir.
I want my slaw!
You have your slaw, sir.
I want my slaw!
You have your slaw, sir.
I want my slaw!
Okay, that's like still loudish, which it should be because they're yelling, but it's not like I want to scream. You know. Alright, how about this one? This one that definitely will never get me demonetized or whatever. It's still pretty loud. Maybe was that like 12% already? Wow, 10% is the lowest you can do. All right, let's see. I just want to live decently, meaningfully. I'm in misery. Okay. How about this next one?
Together we can show the world what we can do. You are next to me and I'm next to you. Pushing on through until the battle's won.
Okay. No one's ever gonna redeem those anyway, so it's fine. Oh, and the channel point ones. Those ones I definitely need to check because they're the ones that people actually play.
I have a mighty need!
Oh, that could be a little quieter.
I have a mighty need!
Okay, that's good. Squeal? People play Squeal a lot. I think it's fine. Come on. Yeah, that one's fine. Oh god, this one I can already tell is gonna blow my ears out if I don't change it.
Looks like I'm on a roll!
Oh my god, that was at 50%. Let's try again.
Looks like I'm on a roll!
Still really loud.
Looks like I'm on a roll!
There we go, that's good. Alright, next. Go. Do it.
That's no good.
Wow. That's pretty loud. Dun, dun, boom, 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 boom.
That's no good.
Still loud enough to like startle me. That's not really what that one's for.
That's no good.
Okay, that's good. Oh, come on. Oh.
That's a lot of nuts!
Ah. Thank you, not first and last.
Oh, come on!
Alright, and that one's good to be loud too. It's not even that loud. Alright, I'm done. Yes, you helped. Thank you. I was just checking my volume on my things, but I think we're all good now. I think if you played That's a Lot of Nuts before I changed it, it would have blown my ears out. So, so it's a good thing we did that, huh? And friendly reminder that you can throw cheese at me with points like that. And you can throw cheese at me or game cubes at me as well for slightly more points. By slightly, I mean a lot more points. Anyway, alright. I was also considering, like, messing around with the chat font on stream, but I'm not gonna. I'm all about drinking and stretching. Fair. Speaking of drinking, I bought groceries today, and while I was there, I was thinking about buying some hard lemonade because I'm like, I'm such a straight edge. Maybe I should get some alcohol. And I started it for like 5 minutes. I was like, it's so expensive. I don't want to. So I just didn't buy any. Ah, there's a Joy-Con on my floor. But I did buy like $50 worth of cheese, so I could try them out. You've given it up, might be allergic. You know what? Being allergic to alcohol, not the worst thing. Water's boiling. Oi! Are you making cocoa? Are you boiling sausages? You're not here. You went to get your water. Anyway. Let's just go to the game screen, huh? I know I've scrolled so far over. You'll see all my games. Although, when's the last time I played Fire Emblem Warriors? Why is that even on the list? Weird. I don't even know why I bought Starlink. When I used to work at a certain gaming retailer, some guy came in with a bunch of the Starlink accessories, and he was like, "Can I sell these?" And we were like, "No, we don't buy those." And he was like, "Oh, when you want to just take them?" And I was like, sure." So I have the Switch accessories. I mostly just wanted the R-Wing and Fox. But I have those laying around. And then one day, the digital game was on sale for like $5, so I figured, why not? I need to get rid of this. I bought Balan Wonderworld for me and a friend because I wanted to co-op it, and then I realized it doesn't have online co-op. So we have to use Parsec in the Steam version instead. So I bought the Switch version twice for no reason at all. This is not even a good game. It's a very bad game. I haven't played it, but I know it's bad. Anyway. Special contents. Let's go. I'm excited. By the way, I ordered a face light, like a streaming light, so my face can be lit up while I'm streaming. And hopefully that'll get me more like consistent facial expressions. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not spending half the stream going like, you know, because God, I can never see when it's happening, because it's always when I'm looking away. But caffeine is now your drug of choice. You know, if you have to have a drug of choice, caffeine's probably your best bet. Real talk. I don't really drink much caffeine anymore, but that's mostly because I mostly consumed it through soda. And I didn't swear off soda for the caffeine, I swore it off for the sugar, because there's so much sugar in soda. I'm trying to not get diabetes, thank you. Alright, so we are doing the Escapades, which are like little mini stories. I don't know how many they are. There's 8 of them, so I'm hoping they're like 20 minutes each or something. I'm hoping they're not each like 3-hour stories. That'd be annoying. But yeah, let's go. You're about to play the Escapade entitled Episode 1. Escapade includes spoilers about the first game's story. Yes, we are post game. We will spoil everything. Uh-oh. What did you clip me? What did you clip me doing? I ordered a face light, like a streaming light, so my face can be lit up while I'm streaming. And hopefully that'll get me more like consistent facial expressions. You know what I'm saying? So I ordered a. Not sure why you clipped that. Yeah, soda bad? Soda is bad. I actually looked at the soda aisle today, and it's like, well, I'm not even tempted anyway, because it's so expensive these days. The profit margin on soda is enormous. There's no reason for it to be $5 for a 12 pack. It should be like $3 for a 12 pack or less. Get out of my house. But anyway, I shouldn't be drinking it anyway, so it wasn't even a dilemma. Don't you love when bad things are too expensive to buy, so you end up being healthier because you don't want to buy? 22nd November, 3:08 p.m. Supreme Court adjudicates your defendants and Chamber 5. Bro, I could buy 2 cans of soup for that. Eat for a full day. Or you could eat for a full day having 12 cans of soda. That's nutritious and delicious, right? Oh god, I don't remember this guy's voice. Just look at my priceless treasure now. Myself I have scrubbed and scrubbed, but the repellent odor of meat will never be repelled from its resplendent surface again. But you have it back in your possession, at least. You should be grateful, old man. How dare you! Excuse me, but I'd just like to get a look at that Zabuton cushion there, if I could. Rest assured, you miserable military malefactor, this is not over. Incarceration awaits those who would defraud a senior citizen for his priceless treasure. Oh my gosh, I'm doing the eye winky thing. Is this same Ace of whatever? It is, it's the bonus content. So it's little like side stories between the main cases. Watch your tongue, old man. Mark my words, I won't. Sorry, Sergeant, but could I just get that Zabuton cushion there as well? Oh. I won't go to jail. Never. Imagine if I did. The very next day, my boy would starve without the chain of command in place to provide for him. Humph. Using the child to protect yourself. Myself, I call that abstinent cowardice. Abstinent. Who was the murderer last time? In the very final case, it was Judge Jugoku, who was like the Japanese judge. But Strongheart was like the main villain of all of this stuff. He didn't directly kill anyone, but he was definitely the manipulator. But as for this case, that this specific scene takes place after, the murderer was an English exchange student, because this is set in Japan right now. And her name was Giselle Brett, but her actual name was Asa Shin because she was an assassin. But we found that out later. Anyway, I was about to Google abstinent.
Abstinent.
Discordant or unreasonable. Okay. Oh, really? And who just employed that old, poor, defenseless senior citizen tactic, The only way to fight the enemy who's using underhanded tactics was with tit-for-tat strategy. Sorry to interrupt again, but I just need to get that Western-style cushion there on the sofa. Enough of this insubordination. What do you want, man? Oh, please, don't mind me. Except do. Aha! Do my eyes deceive me? Or is this the wide-eyed criminal from the trial before? Wide-eyed perhaps, but criminal, no. It's such a weird, what do I want to say? It's a funny recurring bit that whenever you're on trial, whenever people remember you, they remember you as being guilty, even though you weren't. Gosh. Or like, whenever like, say, Gumshoe sees Will Powers, it's like, oh yeah, you're that murdering actor. It's like, no, he was innocent. I proved him innocent in court. Bit prejudiced, but whatever. Wait, who's talking? Korakudo's the old man because the sergeant is named Nosa. I remember that. What is this unhealthy fascination you exhibit with the seating arrangement of others? Why are you peering under the cushion of this upholstered seat? Oh, well, the thing is... Any luck? Did you find it? I don't know who's talking. Oh, it's Kazuma. No, sadly not. I don't think it's here, Kazuma. Tisk, you really are a liability, Ryunosuke. Report! At once! Have you lost something? Is that it? Who's the kid? It's his child that he brought to court because he couldn't get a babysitter or something. Yes, we were just on our way to a party to celebrate my friend's victory here when I realized that my university pin badge was missing. A university pin badge, you say? Yes, from my collar here, you see? Affirmative. Uniforms must be kept in prime condition at all times. A missing badge is unacceptable. I thought if I looked around, it'd probably turn up somewhere. Like the old tale of the Koban coin and the steak. A parable of which I am acutely aware. But I've exhausted my search now, really. The only logical conclusion is that someone must have stolen it. Don't look at me! I don't just find any old metal objects irresistible, you know? Only the really valuable ones. I think I would send a university pin badge, lost after a month. I don't think my college gave me one. I don't remember one. I got a plaque when I graduated. Imagine what would happen if little trooper Ido here swallowed something like that. So, a fun thing, the sergeant here, his name is Iesanosa. Iesanosa. And his son's name is Ido Nosa. God, I love Ace Attorney names. They're so dumb. I'm afraid we'll have to give up, Ryunosuke. Still, if you tell the office your student number, they should be able to issue with a new one. Although I had a student ID card for college. No pin badge, though. What's the matter? Don't tell me... Yes, I don't remember my student number. I don't believe it. I mean, the second time you've lost your badge, isn't it? Third, actually. Still have your it's in your wallet? Nice. I think I have mine somewhere. I just don't keep it in my wallet. There's a lot of extraneous cards that I could keep in my wallet, but I don't, because having a thin wallet is nice. Only the necessities. If you didn't think you could remember it, you should have made a note of it somewhere. I told you that until I was blue in the face last time this happened. Yes, I do seem to remember someone telling me something along those lines. It was you, what was it? You can't even remember who told you that you needed to remember it? Well, student numbers are 6 digits, Kazuma. Who can remember 6 whole digits? I don't remember my student number. You don't know what your actual degree is? Okay. What school did you go to? Dox yourself. I went to Freedomland University. For a second, I thought your chat said you didn't know what your degree was. Like, I know my student number. Can't remember what my degree was for, though. Yume isn't exactly a long-established university, you know. All our numbers are still rather low. In fact, they only use the last 3 digits. Well, that might help, I suppose. That might help? Ryunosuke, it's only 3 digits you need to remember. Just 3! Sorry, my brain is in such is such a disappointment. Is in such a disappointment. Me too. Yes, well, anyway, young man. Myself, I was greatly impressed with you in the courtroom today. Oh, you mean me? A lawyer already before you've even graduated, and such a loyal friend to this one. This one? What's that supposed to mean? Oh no, I still have much to learn. In fact, that was brought home to me in no uncertain terms only last year. My Achilles heel was spectacularly exposed by my best friend here. Indeed? What? By me? The first time I've heard about it. Yes, by Ryunosuke Naruhodo. You can't have forgotten, surely. It was last summer, at the speech contest. So what were these Japanese lawyers practicing in England for anyway? Is that even allowed? So it's like a whole thing, but like, originally Kazuma was going to go over to be like an exchange student. But the last case revealed that the whole exchange student thing was a ruse. And both of the exchange students were actually assassins. So Kazuma here on screen is actually an assassin. But Kazuma was presumed dead on the trip over, because he got pushed over and knocked unconscious, and, well, he's presumed dead for silly blah blah blah. So, it ended up we took his place instead, and we just studied law on the way there, and then we asked Strongheart, like, hey, can we be the student instead? And he was like, sure. So, yeah, oh my gosh. This game's so long, but like that's the long and short of it. The speech contest? Ooh, that. Contestants had to take the stage to deliver a public address on any subject they chose. We were competing to give the most compelling and powerful speech. And yours was great. It made a huge impression on the audience. Obviously, since I was a budding student of law, I was determined to win. And sure enough, one by one, my opposition fell. When I reached the final at last, I came up against you. Yes, so you did. Not being rude, but when I first laid eyes on you, I thought to myself, this cheeky, wide-eyed no-hoper is out of his depth. He's going to be a push-hoper. Wow. What do you think Kazuma does for fun? That's a good question. Practices swinging his sword around. Probably. That's your version of not being rude, is it? You think he plays Tekken? I don't think Tekken existed in his time period. He looks like he could be in Tekken, though. Well, I paid for my complacency because it brought on that humiliating defeat. Defeat? How were your ranks compromised? My speech was going very well. I had the audience in the palm of my hand. They hung on my every word. And then, when I came to the very last line... Yes? What happened at the very last line? It's supposed to be a climactic end. Unfortunately, I completely fouled it up. Fouled it? Never. You mean, you stumbled on your words? Who even do that? That wasn't stumbling on my words, I was slurring. Oh well. Who even does? Who does that? Sorry, I can't stumble on my words on purpose. It has to be an accident. It has to be real. It'll happen though. Just keep watching. Spectacularly. Even now, I can't believe I ruined it. Well, what on earth did you say, man? Ryunosuke, you'd better say it. I still can't get my tongue around it. Sure, of course. I can still recall it perfectly. What you said at the end of your speech, Or rather, what you intended to say at the end of your speech was this. So arise, ladies and gentlemen, and applaud our forefathers' plight, and fight for filial piety. Okay. How do you mess it up? And what went wrong? What indeed? Myself, I see no problem with the pronunciation of these paltry words. In that case, old man, I invite you to say it yourself. Very well, then. I shall. Ahem, ahem. So arise, ladies and gentlemen, and applaud our forefathers' plight and the fight of filial pile. It's impossible! Yeah, it literally can't be done. The arise, ladies and gentlemen part I delivered perfectly. And the next part had me floundering for a whole 5 minutes. Wow! Wow. Oh, wow. Yeah, no wonder you failed if you stood there trying to pronounce, like, 4 words for 5 minutes. That does remind me of, I remember in high school, yeah, I was in a U.S. history class, and part of it was, every student was, like, assigned a president, and we were supposed to, like, have a debate. It was like a tournament debate, and you're supposed to debate why your president that you were assigned was the best president in history. And, like, I'm not much of a speech debate guy, so even though I did my research, Andrew Jackson greater than all others, probably true, but I did not get assigned Andrew Jackson. I got assigned George Bush Sr. So round 1, my opponent just, like, wasn't there that day, so I got a bye. I just won the round. But I remember round 2, as my opponent had Bill Clinton, and it doesn't really matter what either of our points are, but what was it? It's happening again. The whole thing was he made, like, some really absurd points about Senior Bush being a terrible president because Junior Bush was a terrible president, which was pretty subjective anyway, but I remember our response was like, well, I don't need to tell you what Bill Clinton did wrong, and it got a laugh out of the crowd. And then I was like, ... and I just blinked. I just stood there for like a minute, not saying anything. So yeah, I lost. I just froze. Oops. Yeah, it's definitely one of those moments in high school that I remember. So I feel you, Kazuma. I feel your pain. By the end of it, I was on my knees in front of the podium, a blabbering mess. And that's when the audience started to heckle you. Arise! Arise! They were shouting. Hell on earth. Yeah, what do you even do when your audience heckles you? I just break down and cry. Good thing we don't have any hecklers here. You heckle back. True, actually. But then, of course, this man went and delivered his word-perfect speech with a perfect ending. How did it go again? Let me see. So, my dear fellows, the message is simple. Treat your father and mother with respect. Something like that? I mean, talk about stating the obvious, but the fact is, I lost to that speech. Tongue-tied is the only way to describe it. Well, it is quite tricky to say, I agree. That final fight for filial piety, especially. I mean, it's hard. I have to pause a little bit. If you're quick-witted, otherwise just cry and hope they pity you. Yeah! Be nice to me, chat. Wait. I can be more pitiable. Hold on. Ah, don't do that. Be nice to me, chat. I hope you do this. I just come here to have a good time. Okay. Did it work? Do you pity it? Do you pity me yet? Do you epitome me? Do you epitome? Too bad your ancient animals are only pitiable as pups. No. Baby ferret is known as a kit, by the way. Hold on. Bah. Had to make one of my monitors not be pink anymore. Don't worry about it. And ever since that day, I've had this question whirling around in my head. Why did our forefathers choose such an awkward phrase? Was it to mock their children? I mean, it should never be called filial piety in the first place. Why not? Arg! At least you're going to Great Britain soon. It might not come up much there? Don't? No. Do you know how much they say filial piety in Britain? All the time. Every other gosh dang sentence. It's just a small, long dog. We prefer the term snake cats. Thank you. Well, anyway. Having lost that accursed contest, I came after you to ask you a question. How is it that you never trip up on your words? I inquired. And you just gave me a broad smile and said, speaking fast is my hobby. I mean, really? What kind of hobby is that? I don't know. Do you think you could take your hand off your sword? Besides, it's just a way to pass the time. Alright. Alright, we know Ryunosuke's hobby is talking fast. Soon we will learn Kazuma's hobby. After that, you started talking at me 10 to the dozen. What does that mean? Like you were possessed almost. 10 to the dozen? Never heard that term before. Snake cat is too cool of a term. Worm dog is more fitting. No! We're way more like cats than dogs. You can call me a worm cat. Honestly, you can't imagine the shock I suffered that day. You really can't. You're right. I really can't. Speaking fast is just the sort of hobby I'd expect a civilian like you to waste his time on. Well, you have to practice, of course. But there are some simple things to start with. Like this famous one, for example. Swift samurai sword swipe silently sideways. Eh? Oh yes, even a decrepit tongue and an ailing frame such as mine can find its way around that one. I've no doubt. It's just a bit of fun, really. I can't imagine anybody would struggle to say it. Isn't that right, Kazuma? Looking at pics. More rat than dog or cat, TBH. Your face is kind of snakish. You know ferrets eat rats, right? We are carnivores. Carnivores. Carnivoters. What was I saying? Anyway, isn't that right, Kazuma? Swift samurai sword. Ah! A blabbering mess by word 2. Hey, it was like 2.5. Cannibals. Ugh. Well, I mean, mice actually are cannibals, but ferrets do not eat other ferrets. We're mustelids. We're not rodents. We're not felines or canines either. We are mustelids. Like otters or badgers or weasels. I mean, obviously, we look like weasels because weasels are mustelids. It's not just a samurai. Every good soldier needs to be able to handle a sword. That's why I've been busy teaching Ido the finer points of swordplay. None of this wordplay nonsense, private. Come to think of it, not long after that, we started to attend lectures together, didn't we? And we got into that debate about family values at the Sukiyaki place on campus. Do you remember? I took a personality test once, told me I was a badger type. Yeah, I can see that. Not a badger? Yes, your argument was full of jokes and puns and wordplay as usual. I remember it well. What's the thing that builds dams? Beavers? Beavers are not mustelids. I'm not sure what they are, though. Wait, are they? Hold on. Semi-aquatic rodents? Beavers are rodents? That's crazy. I would not eat a beaver. Oh, was it? In any case, I swore that I would never let myself forget the shock you gave me back then. And as a symbol of how seriously I took that oath, I decided to wear this, my red Hachimaki headband. Rodents are greater than all other animals. Yeah, they're delicious. They pair well with cheese. Sorry, Kazuma. Yes? You've lost me there. I'm afraid I don't see the link. What does your red headband have to do with your oath? Because it will always remind me of that smug look on your face. I'm sorry. I keep... There's a frog in my throat or something, jeez. Can't believe you. Yeah. I can't fight my blood. I gotta eat mice. And rabbits. Rabbits are not rodents, so... Are they? Rabbits aren't rodents. Although if a beaver's a rodent, maybe. Family Leporidae. Okay, rabbits and hares are like their whole own family of animals. Will always remind me of that smug look on your face as you utter those tantalizing words. What words? You mean another tongue twister? I practiced and practiced until my tongue bled, but in the end I mastered it. Why is your tongue bleeding from talking? Mastered what? Well, I think it's time you heard this, actually. Listen carefully now. Here goes. She sells seashells by the seashore. Red headband, lead headband, dead headband. Red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather. How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if woodchuck go? I was good at that one. I messed it up. How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? Red headband, lead headband, dead headband. Yeah, that one's not hard. I'd actually been meaning to ask you about that. About the story behind your headband, I mean. Wait, that's why he wears the headband? Well, now you know, so that I'll never forget the shock and humiliation of that day. That's why I wear this red headband every single day, without fail. Well, I don't know exactly how much of a shock you think you had back then, but it can't be more than the shock you've just given me now. What do you mean? Well, I'm sorry to have to tell you, but the tongue twister I said didn't go the way you seem to have remembered it. Oh no. Huh? It's just as the famous Swift Samurai Sword, so I can't believe you don't know it, really. It goes... Red bread pan, lead bread pan, dead bread pan... Oh, they got me. Red bread pan... Red bread pan, lead bread pan, dead bread man. Wait, what? Bed red pa- It seems I've knocked some wind out of that headband of yours. You thought it was because you liked fighting games? Yeah. Cosmo's such a serious character. That's such a dumb reason to wear his headband. It's not too late, Private. You could always start wearing a red bread pan on your head instead. Your youthful vigor is manifest, young man. Your cheeks are glowing redder than your hachimaki. Ah! Why do so many words have to be so similar? This scene must have been a pain in the butt to localize. Or maybe it wasn't. Well, no, because like it has to be the same joke, right? There has to be a tongue twister that led to him wearing that red headband. But he got it incorrect. So look forward to Great Britain then? Where you'll have to deliver speeches in court in English? I suppose. I can always... Oh no. I can always shell seashells on the seashore. In how many languages? I don't know. It was... I know when the game originally came out, it never got localized outside of Japan. But Great Ace Attorney Chronicles on Switch, it came to English-speaking countries. I don't know. Although in games these days, you can usually like go to settings and change it to any languages that exist. So, just English and Japanese? I don't know if it's in other languages. Alright, so how long was that one? Discounting me, goofing around, testing audio. Alright, 15 minutes. That's probably like 30 minutes of the actual skit. So they're probably about 30 minutes each. That works for me. Slightly less impressed. Oh, because it's not localized enough. Well, they didn't do it for you, first and last. I mean, not first and last. Ah, 6th January, 6:23 p.m. SS Buria, first class cabin number 1. It's almost 2 weeks now since we left Japan. I can't believe how quickly time has gone. So, our next port of call will be Shanghai. No, it's a bit rude that you keep confusing with that first and last jerk. You know, your names are very similar, you gotta admit. There's only a 3-letter difference. Knock, knock, knock. Who's there? Who could it be at this hour? Who could it be? This detective that I can't see. Can you help me guess this mystery? A great detective. I don't get it. What's a great detective? I am sorry, I'm coughing so much today. I'll try to mute from now on when I need to cough. If you would just be so kind as to open the door. Oh yes, sorry, of course. Oh, I think it's because I've been feeling really congested lately. Forgive me, just don't do it again. I'm sorry. So I used some Vicks Vapor Rub and some Mucinex today, so it's probably just my sinuses like draining into my throat. I think that's why I'm coughing so much. Is something wrong, detective? Are you investigating a case? Wherever a great detective goes, great cases occur. Indeed, I am the root of all evil. Sorry? Then I don't think I want you in my cabin. Under our very noses on this steamship, a terrible theft has just occurred. What? You noticed, I presume, the brief power failure a short while ago? Oh, yes. The power couldn't have been out for more than 10 minutes, though. Indeed, yet that was ample time for this wicked crime to be perpetrated. I see. Well, clearly it's a case that needs investigating. Wait, is he Tekken Guy? Or do they just have the same name? We are Kazuma right now, yes. Headband boy. Correct. Precisely. I'm not sure why Sholmes' name is question marks. As if we, the player, don't already know who he is. Precisely. The culprits ran away in this direction, down the first-class cabin passageway here. Really? The thief came this way? I'm quite sure of it. It may have escaped the attention of the dim-witted crew, but not the great detective. To that end, I would be obliged if you would allow me to investigate here in this cabin. Well... How curious. Is there some reason why it would be why it would inconvenience you to have your cabin searched? Inconvenience me? Well, I'd be lying if I said no. After all, there's a stowaway in that wardrobe right over there! That's me! I'm in there. It's just me in here, you see? No one else. No, you did the furtive glance! No, Sholmes is all over that! So you might perhaps want to focus your attention on one of the other first-class cabins? As it happens, you are the only first-class passenger at present. The other cabins are vacant. Oh! Oh. Did that rather tragic rumbling of the stomach arise from within you, my good fellow? Of course. As I said, I'm the only person in here. It's not long until dinner time now, so perhaps we could do this afterwards? I do apologize, sir, but it is of the first importance that the investigation is not delayed. What's that statue back there? I don't know. It wasn't really relevant during this case. It's just scenery. Or maybe it is the thing that was stolen. I don't know. I don't remember it. Now, if you'll excuse me... Wait, where did he go? How did he suddenly move all the way over there? Yes, without a doubt, it is the culprit. If the culprit were to be hiding in this cabin, it would have to be inside this wardrobe. Oh no, our friend is in there. I shall need to examine this wardrobe thoroughly. I presume you have no objection? I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to decline. Really, you won't find any... Achoo! Didn't look under the bed, amateur. No, he already did that while we weren't looking. While he was moving between, where we were looking at him in the wardrobe. Did those two rather tragic sneezes arise from your good self? Of course they did. As I said, I'm the only person in here. You have a curious knack of talking while sneezing, then. Twice, no less. Hey, people usually sneeze twice. This is going to be a tough one to argue. I was watching you quite intently, sir, and I assure you I saw no signs of a sneeze. I sneezed out my butt? No? Ryunosuke have held his nose? As I was saying, I shall need to examine this wardrobe. We've had it now then. The game's up. Click. Crank. Nobody hiding in there, it seems. What? You seem surprised. No, not at all. Yes, I am. He was in there for sure. I shut the doors on him myself. More visitors? Who's this now? Excusing me. Oh, Seaman Stroganoff? Sorry for disturbing, but crime has been committed on board ship. Yes, I heard. A terrible theft, apparently. How did you know this? Well, the detective here just informed me, you see. Detective? Yes, I assume you must have asked him to investigate. Detective, could you... Oh, he's gone. What happened to his face? A snake, I think. A snake likes to wrap around his face. Not the cat kind, either. Where'd he go? I must ask you to cooperate with the investigation into this crime, fully. Uh-oh. He's glaring at the wardrobe already. Well done, you found me. He's hiding in there on top of Ryunosuke? What? I'm confused. What are you doing hiding in my wardrobe? My good man, I was merely assessing the practicality of concealment in such a place. And I would say that, at a push, a human could survive for up to 5 minutes in that cramped space. Inosuke's been in there for a fortnight. Is he not human? Who are you? Shh. This is the moment of truth. The great detective is about to unveil the sordid details of this wretched crime. You mean to say... Yes, there can be no doubt that the culprit of this terrible theft did indeed conceal himself within this wardrobe. What? But that's impossible. He couldn't have done. Because my best friend was in there the entire time. At least I thought he was. How can you be sure of this? Elementary, my dear fellow. The criminal left behind the most revealing evidence. How else could you explain these 3 bones? Ah! What the? He's right. Look at those odd bones in there. And 3 of them. Ah! The criminal has escaped this time, but I will find him and crush him. Could I ask you something, detective? Why, yes, of course. I am always delighted to answer an inquiring mind. In this terrible theft, what exactly was stolen? Aha! What else? But some steaks on the rib bone. Sorry, I did enunciated that really weird. Steaks on the rib bone. I don't know that, like, terminology. Did you say steaks on the rib bone? So, like, ribs? For this evening's dinner, 3 rib steaks were stolen from ship's kitchen only a short time ago. There was malfunctioning with generator, and ship was without light for 10 minutes. What kind of ribs? I don't know. I'm guessing... Well, it says steak, so I'm guessing cow? Cow ribs? And now I am on his tail. I'm afraid to say, dear fellow, that your man is no longer in this cabin. But how? Through the cabin door, no less. Having devoured his haul in this wardrobe, the culprit discarded the bones, and concealed himself behind the cabin door as you came inside. Then, when attention was turned to the wardrobe, he seized his chance to escape through the open door. What? Make haste, my good man, after the culprit. I shall follow presently. Something troubling you, sir? I think maybe criminal is not running away at all. What are you suggesting? Now I know where dog is buried, Mr. Sogi. Me? Duh, when I think that you are a culprit, everything is falling in places. The criminal that disappeared in first-class passageway, the bones in the wardrobe. All clues are pointing their fingers at you. Don't be ridiculous. I would never. Yes, of course. I established at once that you couldn't be the perpetrator of this crime. You did? Why? How are you so sure? My dear fellow, there are but two things in this world on which one can rely on with total certainty. What two things? The first is the word of the great detective, and the second... The second is the tragic rumbling of an empty belly. Ah, not again. When I first entered this cabin, there did arise from this gentleman a belly rumbling so odiously tragic that it confirmed beyond all doubt that the man had not eaten a single rib steak in some time, let alone 3. Why do I have to suffer this humiliation when I've done nothing wrong? It's kind of weird how embarrassing stomach rumbles are. Because, like, it just means you're hungry. Like, no one's judging you for it. But when it happens to you, you're like, oh, I can't believe people heard that. Curses! I will catch this thief. He could not have gone far. Indeed, assuming he decided against a post-meal constitutional swim. Well, if you will excuse me now, my apologies for upsetting your evening. Never felt embarrassed by it. Assumed it was a Japanese meme. I mean, it's not like that embarrassing, but I think Japanese stuff, I think anime and stuff, characters get more embarrassed than in Western culture, but it's still like an embarrassing thing. Detective, one moment, please. Yes? That was a most remarkable deduction. Perhaps you'd be kind enough to tell me your name? Ah, it quite slipped my mind. You've been talking with the one and only Sherlock Sholmes. I see. Well, I'm Kazuma Asogi. I'm a student on my way to Great Britain. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Mr. Asogi. Oh, and before I forget... Yes? I feel I should warn you. Live cargo is strictly forbidden on this vessel. So you would do well to conceal the stowaway currently lying low under your bed as carefully as possible. Who names their kid Herlock? The cousin of the person who names their kid Sherlock. Oh, under the bed? I bid you farewell, then, Mr. Asogi. Okay, so I know that Sholmes, like, knew everything all along, kind of. Like, he knows what Kazuma's up to. So why would he know Kazuma has a stowaway and just say yeah, this is fine? He's uncovered our secret. I suppose I should have expected nothing less of a great detective. I suppose maybe Sholmes was, like, happy that he had a stowaway, because he's like, if I can contrive some sort of thing to make them switch places and make Kazuma go back to Japan, yes, it'll all work out. Maybe he just likes to cause a little chaos every now and then. I mean, you're not wrong, but... Now then. When did you move under the bed? I thought we'd had it when he opened the wardrobe door. Ah, well, it was thanks to that split-second chance you engineered. That I what? You distracted him for a moment, remember? When you suggested he investigate the other cabins instead. Oh yes, he turned to look towards the corridor, didn't he? Well, I couldn't see what he was doing, of course. But I thought to myself, it's now or never. Ain't gonna live forever. That's not the right melody. And the next thing I knew, I was under the bed. You really know how to give me a scare, don't you? Anyway, what's all this about the rib steaks, eh? Sorry about that. I've just been so hungry. Ever since we left Japan, stuck in that tiny wardrobe. Well, you should know. You've been splitting all your meals with me. You must be starving too, surely. Right on cue. And there was that power cut before, wasn't there? For about 10 minutes. So it was then. I caught a whiff of the most delicious smell. I thought to myself, it's now or never. I ain't gonna live forever. Next thing I knew, I had the stick in my hands. This man just can't help getting into... This man just can't help getting himself into trouble. Why is that sentence difficult? Well, alright, you were hungry, but 3 steaks? Thanks to you, 3 crewmen are going to go without tonight, I imagine. No, it was just the one. What? I only took 1 rib steak from the kitchen, that's all. But I don't understand. Hey, I'm not that selfish. If I'd stolen 3 steaks, I'd have at least tossed 1 your way. I'm not your pet dog. Why not? Maybe you just wanted to flex on the Russian? Might help if you open both your eyes. Well, in that case, who stole the other 2? Do you think... Could there be a good ghost on board? What? A meat-loving ghost? There can only have been a single bone in the wardrobe when Ryunosuke moved to hide under the bed. That's why Sholmes didn't call him out, because he... Sholmes stole 2 steaks, and he's pinning the blame on the mysterious person that they can't find. Which means that the other 2 bones can only have been put there by one very flesh and blood person. Well, what's so funny? We're on a haunted ghost ship. A great detective. Or a great mischief maker. Either way, I think I'd like to spend a little more time getting to know that man. Yeah, too bad. Did he eat them in the wardrobe too? I'm gonna assume he already ate them, but he deposited the bones while he was in there. The great Hairlock Sholmes. I hope none of these escapades include, what's his name? Soseki? His voice pains me. Speaking of pained voice, hydration check. Ah. Soseki? Isn't that a beer or something? Is it? I don't know. 26 February, 9:17 a.m., British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Oh, here we are again. Every time we visit here, the atmosphere in this place seems to get more and more overbearing. Just think, we could be at home with Mr. Sholmes and Iris having a nice, cozy breakfast. We have a duty to report the outcome of the case, especially since we're guests here in Britain. So I'm afraid this visit couldn't have been avoided. I suppose not. But is there even anyone here? You could hear a pin drop in this place. It's too solemn for its own good. Really? Over all the gears turning? It is very quiet, isn't it? The only sound is the ticking of the great clock that keeps perfect time. You know what they say? The bigger the clock, the better time it keeps. That's not true. Some of those gears literally aren't doing anything. You can't prove that. It's... Yeah, you're right. That one in the top right isn't touching anything. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter, patter, pitter-patter. What was that, I wonder? The usual comforting sound of the clock seems to have been joined by a less comforting shuffling sound today. Tick-tock, 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 tick-tock. Huff, 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 huff. What the world? What in the Warudo? You're right, something's disturbing the rhythmical ticking. It sounds rather like an unfit middle-aged man running from pillar to post clumsily. Gregson! I missed him. Who are you calling unfit? Ha! Ha! Girl's got a thing for big clocks, I see. Hey, careful. I almost misread it. Inspector Gregson, what are you doing here?
What am I? Isn't it flaming obvious?
58 seconds remaining, Inspector.
We'll have to talk later, sunshine.
Good morning, Lord Strongheart. Wow, he's really looking fiercely at his pocket watch today. And good morning to you. Business so early in the day? Oh, yes. Well, I mean, it's about the other day. We are to deliver our report, Lord Strongheart, as our dealings with Mr. Natsume are now over. Ah, yes, the little Japanese man. Even littler than you. I've already cast my eyes over Van Zeek's report. Pitter patter, pitter pitter patter, pitter 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 patter. Ha. Stop panting! This isn't a panting ASMR stream, okay? Is this the in-game music? Yes. Sounds like something else. What do you mean? The ED to Tatami Galaxy? I've never seen that. But yes, it is in-game music. I must say the outcome surprised me. I thank you for a job well done. You are too kind, my lord.
It's not here, it's not there, and it's not over there either.
I hope you don't mind me asking, but what exactly is the inspector doing? He's been herring around between the bookshelves looking beside himself with worry.
He's looking for a particular work, the Lion's Pride.
Strongheart must do a lot of cardio? What makes you say that? Now there's an all too familiar title.
I had heard it was a popular tale, so I obtained a copy from the rental library. However, it wasn't able to maintain my interest, so I soon cast it aside. I happened to notice a vacant spot on one of my shelves at the time. So I duly stowed the book there. Unfortunately, I no longer remember where that was. No, not there. Not here either. Come on, where are you lions hiding?
His strong heart? Oh. I get it.
The book is due back today, so I've asked Gregson to locate it for me with his investigative prowess. Inside 5 minutes.
I must say, I've never seen anyone working so hard to find something. He's like a man possessed.
Ah yes, that's because his month's salary is staked upon the outcome.
That's just mean. That's criminal. At whose instigation? Let me guess, this stony-faced lord. And the 5-minute time limit? What's the significance of that?
There is none. Just my vulgar, mischievous spirit showing itself, I'm afraid. What? Oh, by your own admission. I can't. My feet are killing me. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up, Inspector. Ah! Which means that next month you will work unpaid and have no days off. No days off. That's not funny. This is mean. There really are just so many books here. It's overwhelming. For some, perhaps. I purchased every book, new or old, on the subject of law from all over the globe. Wouldn't have believed it a few short decades ago. A place like this couldn't have existed. What do you mean, Inspector? When I was a lad, no one ever dreamed of buying books. Oh, I see. Western books are such luxury items, I suppose, with their leather covers and fancy bindings. No, that's not it. Oh. I got a book today. It showed up in the mail. I got the Sonic the Hedgehog Encyclopedia, and it is very large. It is such a big book. It's like the biggest book I own. It's like this, slightly bigger than my Fire Emblem Awakening art book and my Zelda Hyrule Historia. It's nice. I was flipping through a little bit before I started. One of the reasons I started later than I planned. How many words in it? I don't know. It's mostly pictures, but I don't know. Count them. Alright, here we go. Let me get it down. Alright. It's got a nice fancy, like, case and everything. Very fancy. Get it out of there. Alright. Alright. So first page is blank. Another blank page. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 words on the first page. And that says the same thing again. So 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Alright. Right, and then we got the legal page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, yeah, I'm done with this bit. There's a lot. Do books like have word counts at the end or something? Is that like a normal thing? Or at the beginning? They should. Let's see, maybe it is on like the legal page. Yeah, I don't think it says how many words. Sadly, it's not in like PDF format, so I can't like highlight everything and then have a computer tell me. Oh gosh dang it. I have to put the insert in first. Gosh dang it. Ah. It's your fault, not first and last. God, it's so heavy. This book is like 15 pounds. Alright, back on the shelf. Thought you could use the exercise. I have dumbbells for that. In fact, I was thinking of adding like curls
to one of my redeems, or like tricep extensions. Where are my Joy-Cons? There they are. I just have some 10-pound dumbbells. Kettlebells greater than dumbbells? If you say so.
There was a tax on paper, see?
Oh, on paper? I thought it was the thought it was the printing press that made books cheaper.
Yeah, I mean, it was abolished about 30 years back now, but it used to be the case. There was a tax levied on any kind of paper. So,
There's a bug on my screen. I don't like it.
so obviously that meant most folk couldn't afford to buy any books at all.
Ah, so is that why places like the rental library you mentioned before came into existence, Lord Strongheart? Keep it as a pet? I don't know, it walked off screen. I don't know where it is now. It's like a small bug, or else I would have just killed it. You vote on naming it Worm Dog? Alright, if I catch it, I'll name it that.
Indeed, vestiges on the paper tax system, you could say. The general public consider books as items for hire. London is home to a vast lending library of some 3.5 million books.
That's a lot, actually. You couldn't hope to read all of that even if you were reincarnated 10,000 times.
Even I would choose to rent a book rather than purchase it if I knew I would read it infrequently.
The subject of tax has actually surprised us already in the last few days. It came up in Mr. Natsume's trial. It did? It seems that the... Oh, right, the window tax. It seems that the window in his room was filled in due to some kind of window tax.
That would be true. Fortunately, the window tax was abolished here some 40 years ago. Sadly, in the East End in particular, many windowless houses remain.
I feel like some of those books should just be cold at that point. No! Stop trying to burn books.
Britain's always had a bit of a thing for tax and stuff. Whatever they can tax, they tax. Sugar, salt, tea, coffee, you name it. Candles, beards.
Wait, sorry? What was that last one? Did you say beards?
Yep, the beard tax. Ever heard of it?
Never. Why should people have to pay money just because they let their facial hair grow?
You may well ask. I suppose it's because it makes them look self-important.
The Naruhodos will have a strict family policy of no facial hair, I think. Urge to rebel rises. Indeed. Taxes be like that.
You can relax. The beard tax was confined to the annals of history long ago.
That's right, it's pronounced annals, not any other way. Or is it annal? Annal. Important thing is not a long A at the beginning. Anyway.
Even so, it's clearly something the British really love.
Wait. Even so, it's clearly something the British really love. Paying taxes, I mean.
Paying them? You got that back to front, sunshine.
But you can't deny you've had a lot of funny taxes over the years. You never find anything like that in Japan. Would you, Miss Susato? In actual fact, I'm afraid to say that you would, Mr. Naruhodo. What? No. You don't mean... Surely there's never been a window tax in Japan. No, but there have been similarly obscure taxes. For example, in the Edo period, there was a frontage tax. What was that? It was a tax not on windows, but on the entrance to properties. The larger a property's entrance was, the greater the tax that was levied on it. Taxes are dumb. Do you know there was a time where samurai would just uppity kill peasants at will. Yeah. And there's on a note on that obscure fact, the Pokemon move Night Slash is based on the fact that in the way back, I don't know what time period, but in the way back when's samurai would just like test their new sword. They would like wait by like a bridge at nighttime, and they would just like test their sword on like wandering peasants. That's what the move Night Slash is named for. Even today, some mansions survive with extremely narrow entrances due to that old form of taxation. I had no idea.
So you Japanese are just as twisted as us Brits.
But, we never had a beard tax. I mean, that's really going a step too far. Well, no, that's true. I'm not aware of any taxes for beards, at least. What do you mean, at least? Well, rather than tax them, the shogunate did once prohibit them outright. The ruling class prohibited beards? You know, the ruling class be like that. It's called the Great Beard Prohibition. It was an Edo period edict. Edict.
Annal.
Annal. Well, why did the powers that be want to ban beards?
Because it makes people look self-important? Just an idea.
It would seem that rulers in the East and the West have very similar ideas over the years. There have been other unusual taxes in our history, even in our current Meiji period. There have? For example, though it was before either of us were born, there was a rabbit tax. There was a tax on those adorable fluffy creatures? Like the ones who make mochi sweets on the moon? The ones that are delicious in stew? Yes, and it was an extremely large tax too. The government demanded extraordinary sums of money. It just gets stranger and stranger. What was the reason for that bizarre tax then? Well, after Japan opened its doors to the world, there was an unprecedented rabbit boom in the Meiji capital.
A boom?
Yes, keeping rabbits became hugely popular, and new species were traded at exorbitant.
What?
Exorbitant prices. I don't think I've ever said the word exorbitant before. Huh. It's like I've heard it, but it's one of those words that just kind of hear the general sound of it, but you don't really like register it. Exorbitant. Okay. I remember like exo and tent, but it's like anyway. People were even swindled out of all their money for exotically colored rabbits. Like colored chicks, I suppose. Have you ever said the word... no, I've never said that word before. And I'm not going to, because I'm pretty sure it's not a word. And you're just trying to make me say something silly. It's because it's not a word. Got you.
Hard to imagine, though. Rabbits are so timid and quiet. Wouldn't have thought one could bankrupt you.
Oh, just ask my sister about that. She spends way too much money on her stupid rabbits. Don't tell her I said that. So in response to this worrying social vogue, the government imposed a rabbit tax. I suppose they couldn't just ignore the problem. And it worked, because the rabbit boom came to an abrupt end. 6 years later, the tax was abolished. Can we get like a TikTok tax? So TikTok will stop existing in 5 years? Or, what else should be taxed? Twitter tax! Let's go. Just outright ban. No, it's hashtag problematic to ban it. If you just tax it, it'll slowly go away by itself. Ban the internet? Oh, they've tried. By God, they've been trying the last 10 or so years. Well, not directly at least, but they're trying to highly, like, segregate and profitize it. For anyone under 18 or over 65. Why are old people banned? You'll be old one day too, not first and last. And you'll still want to use the internet. I hate to say it about my own country, but Japan is strange. But there's more. After the rabbit tax was abolished, then, of course, society reacted by launching straight into a second rabbit boom! Oh gosh dang it. Because you like picking on them? What the heck? Old people deserve nice things. They've been through a lot, probably. Most of them. Oh dear, the government didn't think that one through, did they? Your ideas about the world are very much altered by the position you hold in society. If you're responsible for the running of the country, you will feel the need to raise revenue keenly. Without a stable taxation system, the whole country could go down the drain. Well, yes, I suppose so. But some of these taxes... That's precisely why ministers of state use their wiles, I almost misread that, to invent new and novel ways of taxing the public. Novel ways? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, if you were one of my country's statesmen... Me? A British statesman? Yes. What novel tax would you impose? Pray, give us something truly original. Inside 5 seconds. What? Nose hair tax. Think of something that everyone uses, Mr. Naruhodo, and really squeeze every penny out of the population. That's quite the intense stare. I'm very glad Susato-san isn't in charge. Air tax. Your time is up, so what's your answer? Well... Air, maybe? Oh my gosh! Yes, how about air? An air tax, you say? First and last, why are you inside the head of this game? I mean, not first and last. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. A truly novel and fiendish idea. Well, everyone has to breathe, so while the population is inhaling air, my government is inhaling money! Blimey, you're a tyrant at heart, eh? A somewhat radical solution to a country's revenue problems, but sadly not an original one. Really? No, you mean to say... Surely not. You mean, a tax on air has been imposed in the past? It was last century the finance minister of our neighbor France proposed it. What? If I ever go for a visit, I'm holding my breath. You're gonna save it for the end, but you're one of the developers. I like to go around and see what people think of it. Well, I love Ace Attorney, and this one was really good. You did a good job. Unsurprisingly, it was strongly opposed by the public and soon scrapped. The ministers didn't last long either. Oh dear. Although clearly that would have been an untenable situation. The public at large are a force to be reckoned with. Don't I know it? How about you, Inspector? What new tax would you impose? Let me see. My first thought is a tax on objections. You can't do that to me! Sorry? Been hearing far too many of them recently in court. There's a particular lawyer I have in mind as it happens. So I think an objection tax would be very handy.
Good to see you don't allow your personal feuds to influence your work in the public office. I reckon 5 pence for every objection raised would be about right.
Oh, that's worth it.
A most amusing proposal, Gregson. A most unamusing proposal, my lord.
I'm just gonna hide this down here where it's less noticeable. Maybe they won't tax me on it. If it's on my chest instead of on my head. So taxes? Whenever you pay a tax, you gotta pay a second tax.
No, whenever you collect a tax, you have to pay a tax. Yeah, that'll teach the IRS. Well then, I think it's your turn now.
Sorry, my turn for what?
Why, what else? To locate my missing copy of The Lion's Pride.
Oh!
It's on one of the shelves in this room. Of that I am certain now. I shall give you 10 minutes. And let's stake your student stipend on it, Fail to find the book and you forfeit next month's payment.
Objection!
Your time starts now. Oh, and one more thing. I believe you just said the word objection. Kindly leave your 5 pence over there before you begin combing the shelves. This tax is going to be the death of me.
IRS pays IRS $5 billion in taxes. Yeah, I mean, what? United States is in like $2 trillion of debt, so just pay themselves money, because that's what they do, I guess. Sure, it'll increase the national debt, but it doesn't mean anything. Who's the debt owed to? What does it mean? I shouldn't talk about politics. I'm done. I'm stopping. I'm done. 9th March, 8:23 a.m. Sholmes' suite. What's a few trillion between friends? That's what I'm saying. Good morning, Iris. Good morning, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, morning, Susie. I'll get breakfast on the table for us all. Ah, Mr. Sholmes. Morning.
Come now, why the long face?
Oh, sorry, the thing is, I just had a rather strange envelope posted under my door this morning. You prefer her mute? No, I like Iris. Some rather strange things inside. What strange things? Oh, what is it, Bruno? Do I catch the scent of mystery in the air? Nothing so exciting, I'm afraid, Iris. It was just 5 orange pips. Pips? What? 5 orange pips. What is a pip? Google does not help. I can't imagine what it could possibly... What? She's too competent for her age. I dislike it. I mean... It's fair. That's the type of character that I like. I like the absurdly over-competent child characters. Orange pips, Mr. Naruto? And 5 of them? What's the matter with you? That's a bit of an overreaction, isn't it? An overreaction? Mr. Naruto, you don't understand. It's a warning, a notice of an imminent danger to your life. What? To my life? What's the meaning of all this, Mr. Sholmes? My dear fellow, why do you make such an inquiry of me? Alright, what if I Google orange pip? A pip is an old British word for seed. Oh, okay. Orange seeds.
Look at that open book back there. Where? Oh, the one on the thing. What's the thing sitting on? It's like balanced on that stack of books, I think. The whole thing about Sholmes's little section is it's very haphazardly, like, stacked together. And, like, looks like it could tumble at any moment, but it doesn't. Because the name of the center was written on the envelope, and it was yours. Oh! You're right, Reno. It says sent by Sholmes, Envoy of Hell. You don't buy it? 1 out of 5 stars. Terrible game. Hey, you made it. So my little boy has been exposed. Well, so be it. Cast your mind back, if you will, Mr. Naruhodo, to the time of our dining last night. What do you mean your boy's been exposed? You signed it with your name. You said a swear reported? Wait, what'd I swear? I didn't say a swear. Oh yes, Miss Susato cooked Japanese food for us. Indeed, in particular, you may recall the final noramaki sushi roll that I was about to savor. You can't tell me what you said? That's true, because it's censored. I didn't say a swear, though. You're gaslighting me. Stop it. Indeed, in particular, you may recall the I already read that. That is, before you swooped in with your clacking chopsticks and filched it from under my nose. Oh, I assumed because you left it that you didn't want it. I'd left it, my dear fellow, because I planned to enjoy it as my very last mouthful. Surely you must have noted my intent by my subtle dilation of my right pupil. Perhaps a clearer sign would be helpful next time? Just an idea. You only use electric light bulbs and candles? What are you talking about? Oh, gaslight. I get it. In summary, the post you received earlier is a notice of impending revenge. You should be quaking in your boots. Really? Because I went straight out into the garden and planted them. I'm hoping we grow some exotic fruit. There's no point in sending a notice of impending revenge if the person you're sending it to doesn't know what it is. Well, I know, of course, because I've read this book. The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. On sale now in all major London bookshops and receiving rave reviews. Buy it now on Amazon.com. Get a discount with the code Cheese15. Oh yes, of course. It's finally been published, hasn't it? I hear it's selling very well. It is. 12 short stories in 1 volume. I've earned a lifetime spending money already. Do you earn cheese even if you're tabbed out? I think so. Yeah, you should, even if you mute me and tab out and stuff. It's called lurking. It is. 12 short stories in 1 volume. Oh, I already read that. Gosh dang it. It has further bolstered my name. In fact, only the other day, a Bohemian king sought to engage my services. Yeah, it worked. Really? That's extraordinary. Of course, the gentleman persisted with some pretense about being a fishmonger for the duration. But only a fool would presume to be able to deceive my eyes with such a charade. So, did you know that he was a king? How did you know he was a king then? If you do commands, it gives you a list of commands you can do. Or it gives you a link that has a list of commands. Why, there is no mystery, my dear fellow. A distinct smell of fish accompanied by the man's lowly apparel. And though he tried to hide it, the left side of his mustache quivered in a quite manifest manner. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, that's simply brilliant! Having neatly resolved the case for the man, I was sent a quantity of fresh cod as a mark for his appreciation. I think perhaps you shouldn't discount the possibility that he actually was a fishmonger. No, not beast plural, just beast. Oh, is that... Can anyone else smell burning? But we try to save the command beast for when someone says beast. Typically in the game. But I did let everyone have it because whatever. I blanked. I blanked. Oh, oh yes, you're right. And look, smoke. I think maybe... Fire! 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 There's a fire, everyone! Really? A fire? We must all leave at once. Everyone out of the building. Oh no. Just breathe, Tekken Man. No, we're not Tekken Man. No, wait, I have to go back to my room first. Are you deranged? If you're not asphyxiated by the smoke, the flames will burn you to death. But my Daruma doll, I can't let my Daruma burn. It means too much. Arg, drat, sorry, but I'm gonna make a dash for it upstairs. Pro tip, don't do that. Don't, Yeah, donate just gives you the link. It can't just take your money from your bank account. You have to do the PayPal thing. Thanks for trying, though. Hey, Bruno, you're so funny. Oh yeah, pro tip. If there's a fire, just leave. If something is next to you, you can grab it. But don't, like, go in the other room to grab stuff. Unless it's a living thing that you love dearly. There's no time for jokes, Iris. Go quickly, get out of here. But there is no fire. You're like grabbing all your books. Wouldn't want those to burn, would we? Is there, Hurley? Huh? What a delight to see that ploy enacted in the flesh. I wouldn't have dared to dream I should be so lucky. Pro tip, also, don't prank your friends by pretending that there's a fire. It's not funny. But Miss Susato... Indeed, indeed. Indeed it was a ploy. A devilment engineered by my puckish spirit. It was all a trick, but why? That's a sound alert I should have. I should have the sound alert of Kapug saying, "Why?" Jeez, there's a fire behind you. You're right. Wait, is there? I could have a fire behind me. Hold on. Where'd it go? Dun, 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 dun. Alright, this is a redeem thing, but I feel like doing it right now. Oh my gosh. Reading is hard. It's so hard to read. Anyway. Wow. What do you mean there's a fire behind me? Nuh-uh. Stop gaslighting me. It's not funny. It is a simple experiment of the mind, Miss Naruhodo, when his life is threatened. A fellow is compelled instinctively to protect that property to which he attaches matching importance. You wonder how roasted ferret tastes? Probably not very good, because carnivores tend to not taste very good. And after your own life, Runa, the most important thing to you seems to be your Daruma doll. Let's not dwell on that, shall we, Iris? So you knew all along, Miss Susato, that it was a trick? Wait, I don't think you can shout out. And also you have to type someone's username to shout them out.
Yes, of course. The very employees described in this book. The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. On sale now in all major London bookshops and receiving rave reviews. Buy now on Amazon.com. Get 15% off with the code CheeseLouise15Ds. Nuts. I'm not sure if that works. I think it... Is it listing commands that aren't actually available? Yeah, only me or mods can do actual shoutouts. But also, can I delete that message? Make mod? If you behave yourself for like 2 months, then I'll think about it. Dun, 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 dun. Not again. I've used that device quite satisfactorily in the past to solve a case. Oh yes, it was a great success, wasn't it? But then it became something of a habit, didn't it? You started yelling fire at every crime scene. In the end, people started paying no attention to you at all. Yes, that's true. There was a time when I was known as the Sholmes who cried wolf. I think there's a lesson to be learnt in there somewhere. But sadly, my little ploy failed to yield results this time. Iris was utterly unmoved. What do you mean? Well, I was anticipating that Iris would immediately expose her secret hiding place. The location of the nest egg that she must have cached somewhere in this room. Nest egg? You think Iris has some secret savings? Why, naturally, the book is selling like hotcakes after all. It is a simple deduction indeed to conclude that the profits must be concealed here within these walls. Not in like a bank. Are you wearing a vest or jacket with yellow sleeves? It's a vest. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, are you in need of money? Oh yeah, you've probably never seen my full outfit. Cause you've never seen me in 2D before, I think. Wow. Oh my. Ow, 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 ow. I got racing stripes on my pants. And don't ask what's in the strap on my legs. Your long legs? Yeah, cause I'm a ferret and we're long. It be like that. Also, they look longer than they are because my feet are pointing down. If my feet were like flat, they wouldn't look quite as long. They are pretty long though. Shouldn't the torso be the long bit? Shush. My torso's long too. Don't worry about it. I bet I know what it is. What was that? What was that accent? Hold on, let's try again. Oh, I bet I know what it is. It's that new microscope that's going on sale, isn't it, Hallie? What else? I have such a strong desire to own one, yet my purse is 1 pound too light. What else is long? My fingers. My tongue. Actually, my tongue's pretty normal. Other things that go against TOS to talk about? Like toes? And as an offer of a loan that has been forthcoming, I have been forced to resort to an alternative stratagem. Hey, sorry, Hallie, but I'm not falling for that. Not coming from the Sholmes who cried wolf. Ugh, how vexing! You really shouldn't be trying to steal a 10-year-old's savings, you know.
Yeah, but she could, like, help pay rent. Hydration check.
My book is full of little tricks like that, you see? The armory of the great detective. Looking at some ferret toes now, they're fine. I mean, I'm not in ferret form right now. But I will be. Oh, I didn't mention at the beginning of stream. It doesn't really matter, but I'm just going to do it now for the sake of it. I'll do it at the end of stream too. But, on January 22nd, I'm doing my 1 year anniversary stream. I've been streaming for a whole year. Whoa! And I'm going to unveil a new model. And as might have been suggested by what I was just saying, it's my ferret form. Yay! Because I've been human form all this time. You had a different one before this? A different what? Model? My 3D model? Yes, I did. Is that a beret on its head? You're just gonna have to watch and find out. Wait, did I delete the right thing? Well, I didn't delete anything. Get out of here. Except that in this case, both the orange pips and the fake fire fell a bit flat, didn't they? Oh, I have plenty more tricks up my sleeve. Take, for example, the case of the Boscombe Valley mystery. I'm already filled with dread just from the title. Metroid Dread. It is a tale of extraordinary skill on the part of the great detective. The skill of tracking. Tracking? When I arrived at the scene of the crime in the eponymous valley, there were footprints everywhere. Now I have to Google eponymous. He's the hip-hop-eponymous. His rhymes are bottomless.
Eponymous.
He's the hip-hop
Eponymous.
of a person giving their name to something. Of a thing named after a particular person. Okay. But my eye was immediately drawn to one set in particular. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, your detective instincts are truly remarkable. As you know, my dear madam, no detail, no matter how small, escapes the scrutiny of these eyes. What? So I tracked my quarry. Gosh dang it. I went to Google today. I know what it means, I just don't know how it's pronounced.
Quarry.
Quarry! That sounds right. Following the trail of his footprints all the way to the man's place of residence. Led you directly to the culprit's house? What a triumph! Quarry in the house. My favorite anime! I've never actually seen Quarry in the house. I don't know why it's a meme, if I'm honest. Oh, so hold on, I need to move a little bit. Why? Just a little bittiest movement. Just the bittiest movement. Just a baby movement. You misunderstand. It led me directly to my own house, my dear fellow. Huh? For the footprints were, in the final analysis, those made by my own shoes. Helly had left there for Boscombe Valley as soon as he received the telegram about the case, you see. And then he followed his own trail straight back here to Baker Street. Now, Iris, please, you make us sound almost humdrum, but I assure you, it is no easy feat. It's not a great anime, all the character designs are kinda jank. Yeah. Also, it's that place in the White House, so that's a thing. Not very many anime are set in the White House, weirdly enough. Tracking of this nature is a skill possessed only by the great Herlock Sholmes. You're right, it really is extraordinary.
Quite so. Extraordinary is the word, and let it be the last on the subject. Anyway, needless to say, I subsequently went on to solve the case with various other deductions. Yes, it's the various other deductions that I'm interested in. Well, you will have to read the book, then. I'm sure Iris has penned it with her usual flourish. Oh, absolutely. I put an ingenious spin on the great detective's exploits. Must have been very ingenious to make this man sound even remotely credible as a detective. Wait, is that... Does it smell like something's burning again? We've had enough devilment for one day, Mr. Sholmes. Put your puckish spirit to bed. I assure you, this has nothing to do with me or my spirit. What? Oh no, the smoke is getting thicker. You mean, it's not a trick this time? There really is a... Fire! Fire! There's a fire, everyone! Ah! Miss Susato, where are you going? Stand aside, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, easy, Mr. Sholmes. What are you... What? Mr. Sholmes! Why did you just chuck that bust of Napoleon on the floor? Oh, look! Look at that! In amongst all the broken porcelain. Coins, sovereigns, in fact. Each worth a whole pound each. Puck, best girl of Midsummer Night's Dream? Yeah, probably. I can't remember anything about Midsummer Night's Dream, to be honest. I think I was in a play of it in, like, elementary school. But, yeah. But it's like a lot of people's favorite Shakespearean work. Yeah. Come on, everyone, we must leave at once. Evacuate the building. You fell for it, Hallie. Hook, line, and sinker. Ah. Wait, mean... Iris? I certainly wouldn't have guessed that that's where you'd hidden it. Do you mean to say that the smoke was... My own puckish spirit needs to come out and play sometimes too, you know. It was all a dream, don't worry about it. Just like Sonic 06. What? Of course, I know what it is, Iris. It's that indoor herb garden that went on sale last week, isn't it? That's what you're after. I want one so desperately, but I'm £4 short. And even though you told me you didn't have any money to spare before, I know you had a secret nest egg somewhere in this room. Ugh, you've outwitted me again. You really shouldn't let yourself be outwitted by a 10-year-old child, you know? Oh, don't ask like you wouldn't also get outwitted by Iris Ryunosuke. So, thank you for the loan, Hurley. Oh, but wait. What's the matter? Where's Susie? She's disappeared. Oh yes, that's right. She ran off upstairs before, didn't she? Oh! What are you all still doing in here? We have to evacuate. It won't be long before the fire is... That pose? What pose? Ah. Sorry, Susie. Children will go up to mischief once in a while, you know. Well, it's all perfectly harmless. Harmless maybe, but oh so devious. Yeah, no, sorry. Even if you're... Puckish. Even if you're a 10-year-old kid, you still get in big trouble for shouting fire or, you know, pulling the fire alarm. It's not haha funny. Oh well, at least nobody was hurt. Apart from Napoleon and my secret hoard. Now tell us, Miss Susato, what is it that you went so fleet-footedly to fetch? Sorry? Oh, no, nothing. This is just... No, this is nothing. Susie, that's...
That's your notebook detailing all of Runa's trials, isn't it? It's bulging at the seams. What? Aw. Not funny to squares, sure. Oh. Yeah. Only cool guys think pulling fire alarms is funny. No. It's not funny. A testament to the various people you've helped over the past months. Miss Susato, well, I am your judicial assistant after all. I would do anything to ensure the safety of these records. Even risk my life if necessary. I mean, it's very important to me. It's like a diary of everything we've achieved together. I'm getting all teary-eyed now. Yes, in stark contrast to a certain someone who would have fetched his Daruma doll, I must say. Such a rule follower. I bet you pay taxes. We've been over this. Oh no, I guess it wasn't you. But I went over this with first and last. He knows I'm a taxpayer. Oh, scene's over. Get rid of the fire. Fire. Alright, we're halfway through them, and what's our stream time looking like? 2 hours? Excellent. This will go pretty much just as planned. Still confusing me with that jerk. I like how when I allow it, Automod is supposed to add the word that it's catching like to the whitelist, but it just catches it again. No bullying first and last. Quit calling them a jerk. You're bullying. Automod will not let you. 5th March, 2:40 p.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Hello. I'm back. Not bullying if he doesn't see it. I prefer not to make fun of people behind their back. Not to say I'd never do it, but I prefer not to. Oh, hello, Mr. Naruhodo. Did you have a good outing? Hi, Rina. What's the matter? Your eyes are as big as dinner plates. Haha, Iris. I wasn't expecting to see you here. That was a very weird intonation that I just did. I just made some tea, Mr. Naruhodo. Would you like a cup? A cup or two? Yes. A definite tea. Haha. Okay, he's in a mood. Alright, Rene, what's going on? You're acting extremely strangely. What, me? No! Not at all! Look at all these exclamation marks! I'm as normal as can be! Normality itself! See? Not again, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah! Sorry, what? Not what again? What do you mean, Susie? Whenever he goes out on his own lately, he always seems to come back with a peculiar new purchase. Peculiar? Peculiar? What's peculiar about the things I bought? You seem to think that anything British is a curio you simply must have. You keep buying items of bric-a-brac even though you don't know what they are. Well, there's a rather lot of bric-a-brac shops and pawnbrokeries and the like around here. It's when I've been to Lord Strongheart's to get my weekly report. I'm always so nervous beforehand. On the way home, I just find myself at those shops and... Yes, alright, I can't deny it. I've bought something. If you don't mind, stream a little faster. My cheese is growing so lonely? What? What does that mean? You're right. You can't deny it because your eyes are wider than ever. You really ought to put up a warning sign about them. They're bigger than some potholes around here. Your cheese points. Oh, I see.
Well, if you subscribe, you get double points, I think. Or is it 1.5 points? Mr. Sholmes has given me a lot of useful advice about how to pick out the real bargains. Now you're good. Even though you donated a sub to someone else. I mean, I'm not saying you have to, but if you want cheese points to go faster and you're going around throwing around subscriptions, then you should throw in it yourself. Mr. Jones, also, if you do, you can throw emotes at me like this. Okay, it didn't work. Why didn't it work? Gosh dang it. Well, you can only throw my emotes at me. You see. But also it didn't work anyway. Do the other ones work? What the heck? Hold on. I'm gonna... Hold on. Only your sub-locked amounts, I see how it be. Oh yeah. Because you can spam it all day and night, you don't have to redeem points for it. Gotta give something to the subbers. It's not working right now, though. Ow. Alright, let's try again. Come on, it was working last time. Maybe I have to do it a bunch. Darn you, TITS. Whatever. As long as the actual redeem works. Ah! Sorry, it's not tied to bits. But thank you. Is the normal cheese throwing working though? It's not! Oh my gosh, I know why it's not. Hold on 1 second. Uno momento, mon France. Do push-ups? Okay, 1 sec. I forgot to do the whole, connect to Twitch thing before I started stream. Okay. So now... Oi, it's still not working. Ow. Okay, that one works at least. What the heck? Alright, well. Alright, I have to do push-ups now. Alright, what does it say? Does it say 25 or 50? There's no way it says 50, actually. System subverted. Alright. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Ah, that's right. Sit-ups are the ones that say 50. Whoa, leaving janking all over the place. All the way down, no cheating. I did good push-ups. Oh wait, how did you post my emote though? Eh? How did you...
Oh, use points. Right. Ow. There we go. Alright, where were we? Mr. Sholmes has given me a lot of useful advice. Oh wow, why am I talking so fast? Mr. Sholmes has given me a lot of useful advice about how to pick out the real bargains. You must remember, Bruno, that Hedy likes to have fun with you. Take his advice with a big pinch of salt. I'm out of breath now. It's hard to voice act. I'm gonna hydration check. Well, that's true. That thing he told me was a pot stand wasn't a pot stand at all. But I'd never guessed it was collapsible top hat. No, and I'd never have guessed that you could fill up this once empty room so quickly. Honestly, it's overflowing with things we don't need now. What do you mean? I mean, look at those scales. Not once have you weighed something on them. They represent justice. I'm a lawyer. I need it. I know, but ever since I first stood at the defense's bench in court, I don't know why, but I just really wanted my own little set of scales. Let's see it then, Mr. Naruhodo. What have you come home with today? Oh, well, it's, one of these! What is it? It looks all dry and shriveled up in a ball. What? Really, Mr. Naruhodo, what is it? It's a sea anemone. An anemone? Alright, real talk, I would not know how to pronounce anemone if it weren't for Finding Nemo. An anemone. Yes, I mean, I know it doesn't look like it at the moment. It's all shriveled up like you said. What even is an anemone? It's a type of undersea life. And clownfish live in it, and it like it like stings you somehow, I think. So like if you just touch an anemone underwater with your bare hands, you kind of get stung like you would by a jellyfish. And are there land anemone? I don't think so. No. Aren't sea anemones living creatures? Ones that dance about on the seabed? Ooh, what if I could get an anemone gif? Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Wow. That's an anemone. Okay, it's not the best GIF ever, but you know. Yes, exactly. The ones that dance about on the seabed. Oh, they sell sea anemones in bric-a-brac shops here in Britain? Stop saying bric-a-brac. I don't know whether they normally do or not, but I do know that I bought one today. But why, Runa? Well, yes, for that aquarium, of course. Bric-a-brac, no! The bric-a-brac has infiltrated the chat. Aquarium? I don't know that word. Well, according to the shopkeeper, keeping sea creatures in tanks was hugely popular here in London before. Oh yes, some people have some beautiful fish in seawater tanks, it's true. Having an aquarium become popular because the old glass tax was abolished. became popular because, okay. Words. There it is again, rearing its ugly head, the subject of taxation. It was a real craze for a while. Everyone in London had one. For a while? Yes, it didn't last long. People's enthusiasm soon waned. Yeah, see, if I had pet fish, they'd probably die, because I would forget to feed them. It's just far too much work to be changing the seawater regularly in a city like London. Never a truer word said, I'm sure. You think people might have realized that from the start, really? Wouldn't you? Might actually get my Ace Attorney Tax Fraud Edition. Anyway, that was long before I was born. So now everyone jokes that there's an unloved aquarium covered in dust in every attic in the capital. And it's true! There's one in this attic too! When I told the man in the bric-a-brac shop about it, he had these words of wisdom. That's why this is an age of the sea anemone. And that made a lot of sense to me. What? It made sense to you, did it? But Bruno, this anemone is completely dried up. You just need to soak it in water overnight, and it'll be as good as new. That's what the man said. I'm not sure that it works the same way as dried wakame seaweed, Mr. Naruhodo. Once I've saved some money, I'm going to buy some prawns to keep this little fellow company. Do prawns live in anemones? Oh, how exciting! Your office will be teeming with life! Will it really? Britain is a funny country, though. I mean, a sea anemone craze? Well, they say people in glass houses about comments like that here, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't forget that there was a very curious rabbit craze in our own country not so very long ago. Have you seen those Leon/Leona the lobster videos? Can't say I have, no. A mortifying chapter that people will try to erase from the history books 100 years from now, I'm sure. You know, there was another craze as... What? Ah! Ow. Before the aquarium one. Have you heard of Wardian cases? What? Wardy? What? No, I've definitely never heard of them. They were little glazed cases for growing plants indoors, I believe. Oh, I see. For plant lovers to raise their favorite tropical plants. That's right, like different types of ferns. Sorry, Iris. I ruined your accent there for a minute. Ferns? That's right! Do you mean those rather dull plants with lots of fronds for leaves? They're not dull at all. Ferns are lovely plants. I think people wanted to recreate the exotic foliage of the tropics in their own homes. So they grew ferns? I mean, ferns, sea anemones? Londoners certainly have a knack for the obscure. Well, thinking about it, my grandfather loved the moss on his bonsai. He looked after it better than the trees. She really likes that pose. What pose? It seems like the more obscure something is, the more it interests people. Maybe. Anyway, the Wardian case craze didn't last very long. The puckish one. Okay, I don't even know which character you're talking about. What pose are you pulling right now? Don't lie. What? Maybe. Anyway, the Wardian case craze didn't last very long. Now most of those little glass cases are just gathering dust, I think. But I haven't seen one in your room, Iris. Haven't I seen one in your room, Iris? Oh, very observant of you, Susie. Yes, that's right. Mine's certainly not gathering dust. I grow tropical herbs in it. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I really must ask you to stop all this frivolous buying of strange things. Yes, alright, sorry. It's just that, well, think about Mr. Sholmes's room. He has all sorts of peculiar trinkets lying around. Oh, well, yes, that's true. And they seem to be growing in number. Posture check failed. Oh. Okay, posture checked. Recently I've noted a blowpipe, a few barrel crystals set in a twisted piece of gold, a gold-rimmed pince-nez. I don't know what a pince-nez is. I spotted a small gramophone record in there the other day, so I slipped it onto the gramophone. But it was just a whispery voice saying Norbury and nothing more. I think it's like a cig, a pince-nez. Oh. Like a little pipe? Or is it just the cigarette? Okay. I see. See, this was before they knew tobacco killed you. What could it possibly be about? Those are all mementos of cases that Helly solved over the years. Exactly. That's what I want to create in here. Just that sort of atmosphere. A room full of meaningful trinkets, each with their own unique history, you mean? And I've never met anyone killed by tobacco myself. It's hard to meet dead people if you think about it. Yes, that. I knew you'd understand, Miss Susato. But Mr. Naruhodo, none of the things you've brought for the room have any connection with any of our cases. Oh, don't they? Well, for example, take that splendid but rather well-beaten top hat. That wasn't used as evidence in any of the cases we've worked on, was it? But McGilded wore a top hat. Swearing? Okay, Automod. Didn't realize tushy was a swear word. Oh, so you have 2 top hats if you count the collapsible one as well? No, the collapsible one is the pot stand. As far as I'm concerned, anyway. But the other day, when we were in court, they were everywhere, weren't they? Top hats, I mean. Well, here in Britain, of course, they're the mark of a true gentleman, so that's hardly surprising. If a man isn't wearing a top hat when he ventures out of doors, he will be looked down upon. It's 2.5 hours past your bedtime, must sleep. Learn the puckish pose, goodbye. Okay, have a good sleep. Not first time last. Thanks for dropping by. Gosh, it has very strict rules, doesn't it? The English Gentleman's Code. I've been wondering about how I'd look in a top hat recently. After all, my university uniform is black as well, so I think it would be very, very in keeping. What a good idea! Go on then, Bruno, try it on. Do we get to watch him try it on? Oh, they are not amused. Or they are very amused. The lesson here, I suppose, is that the juxtaposition of student and gentleman is just so strange and wrong. Well, I'd rather it didn't suit me anyway. I mean, these hats are ridiculous. I'd be willing to bet every foreigner who sees one of these for the first time thinks exactly the same thing. Why isn't that man wearing a chimney on his head? People in glass houses remember, Runo. What do you mean? Well, what about Japanese chonmage top knots? Those haircuts are the height of ridiculousness. Ugh, true. At least you can take the hat off. Once you have a chon mage, it's chon your head for good. I'd be willing to bet every foreigner who sees a chon mage for the first time thinks exactly the same thing. Alright, I'm looking up that pronunciation now.
Chonmage.
Chonmage. Chonmage. Chonmage. Chonmage. Sorry, I'll stop. I'd be willing to bet every foreigner that sees a Chonmage for the first time thinks exactly the same thing. Why is that man wearing a cannon on his head? I suppose that's what it means to have different cultures, isn't it? Yeah, top hats are like silly and classy at the same time. It's weird. On the subject of hats, what Mr. Sholmes always wears is really very strange, don't you think? I beg your pardon, Mr. Naruhodo? What a thing to say! The hat is the very essence of Mr. Sholmes. Yes, without his deerstalker, the great detective would be unrecognizable. It's called a deerstalker? That's a surprisingly swanky name. I didn't know that, actually. It's the hat of a hunter, just like the flat cap. I didn't know flat caps were hunter hats. I actually own 2 flat caps. And I wear them sometimes. I made up my mind long ago to visit Regent Street and buy one for myself. I'm not sure it's going to fit over your hair. Well, I think it's perfect for a great detective who stalks his criminal quarry in the house. What do you think is strange about it anyway? Well, you've seen it. It has 2 brims, one at the front and one at the back. Why do you need 2 brims on a hat? Surely one at the front isn't up, no? One moment, please. This is my hat book about hats. If you ask me, it's just Mr. Sholmes' madcap personality coming through. I bet so that he doesn't have to think about which way round to put it on or something like that. Mr. Sholmes does not have a madcap personality. He always has a clear head.
What does madcap mean? I was watching a video about Fire Emblem the other day, and it kept coming up that Tsubasa's title was Madcap Idol. Amusingly eccentric.
Madcap.
Alright, that suits Sholmes, but it does not suit Tsubasa. That's weird. I mean, I guess she's more quirky than eccentric. I don't know. That was kind of the same word. I'm splitting hairs.
These stalkers were made for hunters who had to hide in thickets when they were stalking their prey. The brim at the back was designed to stop the stalks of plants scratching the backs of their necks. Oh, so that's the reason. Thank you, Iris, for educating us. Mr. Sholmes doesn't spend a lot of time in thickets, though, does he? Well, no. That's true. I'm telling you, it's just his impetuous personality. That's my theory, and I'm sticking to it. Firmly. Ah. Here you all are. Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Sholmes. I was just making fun of you. I've not long since made some tea, Mr. Sholmes. Would you like a cup?
I see I've come at a good time, Miss Suzato. Thank you. Now, I have something I should like you all to see. I've designed myself a brand new Great Detective's hat.
What the? There's a brim. And at the front, and at the back, and at both sides. 4 brims total.
Your observation is quite correct, my dear madam. I'm a busy man, you see. But with this hat, whichever way I put it on, I shall always have it pointing the correct way.
Oh. With my previous hat, I could, in an impetuous moment, wear it erroneously with the brims on either side. That's impressively clumsy, I would say. And I must regretfully say, I think your madcap theory was correct after all. But really, Mr. Sholmes, with brims on all four sides like that, wouldn't it just be better to wear a top hat instead? Oh yes, then however you put it on, you'd have a brim all around.
What? So true, so true. How could I have been so blinkered as to this fact until now?
Well, fortunately, I happen to have two top hats here. If you'd like to lift the pot off it, you're welcome to try that one there.
Indeed I shall, my good fellow. Much obliged.
Oh dear, Helly, it looks terrible. More terrible than I could possibly have imagined. Oh, that's not good. Maybe it's because of your long face paired with the tall hat. It just doesn't work. Well, I think it's very nice, Mr. Sholmes. Even if we'll have the whole world in fits of laughter.
Arg!
Oh, I wanted to see.
I should never have meddled with it. Give me a deerstalker forevermore.
And give me my Regulation University hat forevermore. There's still hope that you'll graduate one day, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't give up.
No, I give up. I give up. Hydration check. Oh. Ah. 5 out of 8, baby. Oh no. Not Natsume.
So, Mr. Natsume, are you really returning home to Japan?
Yes, indeed I am. Everything is arranged already.
We'll be sad to see you go. And that Arena worked so hard to prove your innocence as well. What a shame. It feels like it was all a wasted effort.
Don't say that! I know what you're suggesting.
Now calm down, Mr. Natsume. It's all fine, really.
You're in good company here, sir. If you fear the Reaper, you needn't hide the fact. I am a proud citizen of the Empire of Japan. I'm not a scaredy cat.
Talking of cats, Mr. Sholmes just casually threw one among the pigeons there. What?
A man like me belongs in Japan, not here. That's what I've come to realize. I wonder, a mustache such as yours is eminently suited to London, I would say.
There goes Mr. Sholmes throwing another cat in.
The moment I arrived in the city, I noticed. Everyone in London laughs at me behind my back, like hyenas. Hysterical hyenas, ha-haing horribly.
I'm not sure that's true, Mr. Natsume.
Oh, but it is. Whenever I turn around and peer down the fog-filled streets, all I see is foreigners everywhere.
Well, there's you, Runo. Runo and Susie in here, so that's 3 foreigners out of 5 people. I take your point.
Only the other day, I was taking a stroll through the fog as usual when a young man approached me from ahead. He was pale and gaunt, his back arched like a cat. Observing his wretchedness moved me so deeply. Ah, I thought to myself, we're not the only ones suffering in this hell. But do you know what? Can you imagine? It was just my own reflection in the shop window. A stunning, stinging, stupefying surprise!
Don't forget slap in the face.
Everyone started laughing at me. Gentlemen thereabouts, ladies passing by, even the man in the shop window. Ah, yes. And a certain great detective would like to be included among the mirthful. Ugh! Sholmes is really going for Soseki-san today. Well, I for one think you're a very handsome man, Mr. Natsume. There, did you hear that? This 10-year-old girl thinks you're handsome. Isn't that wonderful? That makes me feel suspiciously warm inside. What? Why is it suspicious? He looks genuinely delighted. The point is, we Japanese are humble and modest. Studying on foreign soil surrounded by foreign people, how could anyone possibly enjoy that? No one could, it's impossible. If you're a genuine Japanese. If you say so. Actually, it would appear that there is someone. A Japanese man who studied in a foreign country and seems to have thrived on the experience. There is. Mr. Ogai Mori. I believe he studied in Germany. Mr. Mori? Pray, tell us more of the fellow. Well, today he's a very successful author in Japan. Oh, I've heard of him. He's the professor who wrote My Hime, isn't he? My Hime? I suppose in English the title would be Dancing Queen? Dancing Queen, dun dun dun, only 17, yeah. I don't know the rest. Oh, I see. A tale of a woman who waltzed her way through the well, perhaps? You really didn't make up a silly translation, you know. It's already officially called The Dancing Girl in English. It seems Mr. Mori greatly enjoyed his time in Germany. He became close with a local lady while he was there. Close, you say? With a local lady? A compatriot's criminally contradictory conduct? Well, I suppose your experience for studying abroad depends to a large extent on your character. Oof, hold on, I need to stretch a little bit. Ugh, as they say. Many men, many minds! Oh my gosh, I need to stretch more than that. Hold on. Don't mind the jitters and the hops and such. Okay, alright. God, it's just my left shoulder was giving me some struggles. Okay. Mr. Mori has an open mind. Mr. Natsume has a closed one. Possibly a slightly black and white view, do you think, Mr. Sholmes? Well, anyway, if that's how you feel about being abroad, why did you choose to study here? Wasn't it to further our nation's understanding of the English language or something? Yes, that's right. So what are you doing in Japan before you... What were you doing in Japan before you came to Great Britain then? I was a school teacher of English, of course. A bit cursory, perhaps, but I managed to discover some information about Mr. Natsume's teaching days. That's just a little outside of the field of law, isn't it, Miss Susato? Well, let me pose you a question, Mr. Naruhodo. If you had to translate the English phrase, I love you, into Japanese, what would it become? That's easy. Aishiteru, or suki desu, or daisuki. Wrong! According to Mr. Natsume's teachings, at least. What? Would you like to explain, Mr. Natsume? Yes, of course.
Your research was very thorough. I always used to tell my students that we Japanese don't express ourselves that way. Rather, we might say, Suki ga kirei desu ne. My dear Mr. Natsume, I must interject. Suki ga kirei desu ne would translate as, the moon is beautiful, is it not? I know that! Okay, Kirei is moon? I didn't know that, actually. Kotomine Kirei is the moon? What the heck? And yet he's not relevant at all during Fate Extra. I mean, he's in it, but he's just not relevant. The point is that we Japanese are reticent when it comes to expressing our emotions. We prefer to show our feelings of adoration Artsuki by appreciating the beauty of the moon. The Tsuki. Eh? Wait. The moon is beautiful? So, Tsuki is moon and Kirei is beautiful? Kotomine Kirei is beautiful? Nani? Ah, using the Tsuki to express Suki. It's an amusing play on words, I see. No, in a language you might understand better, bad Sholmes. It's not a play on words, it's subtle, it's humble, it's fleeting and beautiful, it's art! Isn't he just being shy? My dear fellow, the foreign dancing girl will forever be out of your reach with such an attitude. Ugh! Imagine how the great Mr. Mori would act. He'd win a lady's heart in a flash with a well-placed, unrestrained I love you. Ugh, that smooth Mr. Mori! Am I destined to live in the shadow forever? Just what sort of man is he in your imagination of yours? That imagination of yours. The fact is, I just can't settle in this foggy London town with all its foreign inhabitants. I lost count of the number of different lodgings I tried before I found myself here. As it happens, I even lived on Baker Street at one time. No, really? A South scholar lives near there, a man by the name of William James Craig. His knowledge of Sao is unsurpassed. He's a great inspiration to me over the... What is Sao? No, not Sword Art Online. Sound Allen? A marine annelid? Genus... Okay. He's been a great inspiration to me over the... Forgive me the interruption, but am I supposed to be familiar with the Sao of which you speak? Oh, it must be a Japanese word. It's Shakespeare, of course, Shakespeare! But in Japanese, we write it as Sa and O. It's a phonetic representation using kanji characters, so English is Igurisu, and America is America. Come to think of it, we use the same character as Ri in one word and Risu in another. Talk about confusing. I mean, at this point I've assumed that whenever something ends in su, you can just not include it if you feel like it. Like Desu versus Des. Although I'm no expert, so I don't know. So Shakespeare is Sa-o in Japanese. Presumably the Sa is a brutal attempt at the first Sha, in which case, where's the spear? I never thought of that. We only have the O left. Which could, even the most charitable interpretation, only be a brutal attempt at old man. It seems to me that whoever had the job of deciding on the character's first name got bored very early on. Complete kanji character catastrophe! So then, on to the burning question, what about me? How do you write my name? Sorry? Herlock Sholmes, my dear fellow. There must be Japanese characters for my name. Oh dear. I am sorry, Mr. Sholmes, but none exist that I'm aware of. What? Am I really nothing to you, Japanese? In that case, it is a matter of paramount importance. You must construct my name in kanji at once. Oh, well, we could use a kanji that's pronounced so to start with, and then use one to give so oh, perhaps? I think that would be about right, Mr. Sholmes. But it's almost the same as Sao, isn't it? Yes, you employed the dreaded... Oh, I don't want people to confuse me with an old man who died centuries ago. I'm sure the world's greatest literary figure would rather not be confused with you either. Well, the world's greatest detective is still youthful and full of vigor, so how about... so handsome? Oh yes, that sounds wonderful. I'm sure everyone will be calling you that in 100 years from now. How can she say that with a straight face? What about me then? Iris. Perhaps Aihime? Since the second character doesn't seem to matter. Aihime? Oh yes, Princess of Love. That's an adorable name for you, Iris. Stop, please. With a name like that, Mr. Mori is likely to turn up at any moment and rashly declare, I love you! This Mori-san has become quite a character in Soseki-san's mind. And you, Mr. Naruhodo, might I venture Kurobozu as a fitting name for you? As in the Dark Monk? My name's already Japanese. Oh, that's very good. It describes you perfectly, Rina. So you think I'll be wearing this black varsity uniform for the rest of my days, do you? But Mr. Naruhodo already has a Japanese name. I don't believe he needs another. Well, anyway. We were talking about your life here in London, weren't we, Mr. Natsume? You should just get out and have fun. Ugh, the landlady has said as much to me too. Mr. Gardeb? Mrs. Gardeb? But it wasn't fun at all. It was frightful. Whatever you do mean? A cycle incident. An incident? On a bicycle? Oh yes, come to think of it. Oh yeah, wow. I remember that. Nothing ever became of that. What the heck? There's an old bicycle park just outside, isn't there? It's in a sorry state, though. I tried to say no to her, but she insisted I took it for a ride. Perhaps my pronunciation was wrong. So I took my life in my hands and attempted to ride the steel spider-webbed stallion to a nearby park. I really don't think there's anything wrong. I really don't think there's anything wrong with your pronunciation, Mr. Natsume. Joan Gardeb just isn't the kind of woman to take no for an answer. If you're going to die, you might as well die in beautiful surroundings, so the park was my first thought. After a whole day of dicing with death, I emerged with only relatively minor bruises. So you got the knack of it? Don't be silly. Dying isn't something you can learn to do. Mr. Natsume, you keep talking about dicing with death and dying and so forth, but riding a bicycle is supposed to be fun. Oh no, that's just what people tell you, but it's an old wives' tale. Is it? I mean, just consider the real name of the vehicle. It's not called a dicycle for nothing. How anyone expects to use such
aptly named vehicle to move forwards is beyond me. Pedal power promises pain.
I didn't think it was possible to get worse with practice.
I'm lucky to be alive, although I must say, after looking death in the eye for a whole week, I did at least manage to mount the steel reliably. And notwithstanding a few wobbles, I found I could make progress in the forward direction.
Oh, what a triumph.
Deduction is much the same. When first presented with a problem, the mental exertion of trying to solve it leads only to bitter disappointment. But after a week of picking one's way carefully along the path of reasoning and thought, one begins to see results.
So is that why all of your off-the-cuff deductions always seem half-baked? What a wonderful insight into your extraordinary mind, Mr. Sholmes.
Unfortunately, after wobbling down the street, I noticed there were little stones everywhere, death traps. Not that way, I said to myself. But the wild vehicle wouldn't listen. It wobbled me on down and on down the street. So of course I hit one of those deadly stones and the crazy colt threw me off. It's just my luck. Bicycles are the epitome of my pitiful life.
You can't spell pitiful without epitome. Wait. I wish I could disagree. On the same subject, I'm sure there's a famous American author who's written about having a similar experience. Oh yes, I read that essay too, Iris. Some of us are better read than others.
Well, no more bicycles for me.
Oh, Mr. Natsume, at least you have an interesting anecdote to take with you back to Japan, if nothing else. You always manage to put a positive spin on things, don't you, Miss Susato?
Personally, I haven't mounted a bicycle for some time.
No, me neither.
That's good. My bicycle died like 2 years ago. I haven't bought a new one yet. So how about a jaunt? We shall ride out together. Huh?
That sounds great. I'll perch behind Miss Susato.
But, the sun is going down. It will be pitch black before long.
London street lamps are very bright, you know, and the fog isn't too thick today.
And my beloved ride is all bent out of shape. My dear fellow, if you're bound to topple the vehicle anyway, it's fitting that's already bent out of shape.
It's settled then. Come along, Mr. Natsume. Shall we go?
Tsuki ga kyurei desu ne.
Don't tell me that's his translation of no thank you as well.
Indeed, Miss Natsume, the moon is at its most beautiful precisely this time in the evening. Oh.
We're not Japanese. You can't beat around the bush with us.
What a weird and wonderful world!
Alright. Okay, Natsume wasn't too bad. He doesn't hurt my voice as much as I thought he did. I'm gonna take a hydration check, though. Ah. Don't clip me out when I'm going, ah. Alright, Mike? Alright, microphone? I'm on to you. I'm on to your chicanery. Hmm. 30th of April, 12:20 p.m., Briar Road. I love these two. I don't remember their voices, though.
So, Constable Raleigh Bay reporting for duty. Thanks to the good offices of Lord Van Zeeks. I'm back on my bait here in the capital, doing my best for the good of the citizens of London and Sap. But you're not on patrol, right? This is specifically not on your patrol route? Well, this side of the street isn't. But the other side is. Yes.
Ah, my Rolly, back in his Bobby's uniform. You couldn't look any more handsome if you tried. Oh, my love, you say the sweetest things. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. To us, Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper of the Bailey at all. No, no, of course not. He's the patron saint of the Bobbies. The patron saint? Oh yes, Pat. It's all right, my darling. Keeping us in pocket he is. On my first day back on the job, what did I find in the gutter? A shilling, my love, a whole shilling. Oh, Ronnie, I always believed in you. I always knew one day you'd find some big, small change. With just that shilling, I could buy you a cheap bunch containing a single flower, my sugar. A single flower? Oh, how romantic. But I'm so sorry, Pat. Only moments ago, that shilling disappeared. Disappeared? But how, my love? How? I think maybe. No, I'm sure. It was this girl here, sir. You swiped my precious shilling, didn't you? You cheeky little diver. About all the accents, here we go. Blimey. You took your time getting around to me, didn't you? I thought that lovey-dovey stuff wasn't ever gonna end. So, a shilling, you say? Lifted from your worry. Don't know nothing about it. Where's the evidence, eh? Right there, the evidence is dancing around on the back of your hand, young lady. You stole it from me. You lifted it from my pocket just now. You got a nerve stealing from a bobby. Corporals, this coin's mine. How could you know? Anyway, how could you know if it was taken just now or not? Dear me, you don't get it, do you? We've hardly got a penny to our name, so that coin felt as heavy to me as a good bar of gold. Eh? I'm telling you, the moment it left my pocket, I knew. I felt myself get a good few pounds lighter. And yep, that coin's got my blood, sweat, and tears all over it. What's the matter with you, eh, Mr. Naruto? Huh? Me? Sorry? Well, lady's in trouble. The true gent's supposed to be there to help straight away, not an hour later. This isn't my fault. I haven't stolen anything. What about you, eh, Sholmes? I thought you were supposed to be a great detective. Dear me, miss, let's trade. You took your time getting around to me, didn't you? I thought that long dispute was never going to end. You only said give me a minute when we spotted you. You only said give us a minute when we spotted you on the road and said hello. That was 10 minutes ago, Ginny. We've just been standing here listening to a quarrel with this Bobby. Do beg your pardon, madam. We shouldn't be troubling the public with police business. But that shilling belongs to us, doesn't it, Rolly? Of course it does, my love. It's just for you and me, my darling. It's supposed to be a nice stroll with Iris and Mr. Sholmes before afternoon tea. Why do we have to run into another fiasco on Briar Road? I don't really see how it could be of any help, I don't really see how we could be of any help, Gina. There's no way of knowing who the coin really belongs to if it was just dropped in the gutter. I wouldn't be so sure of that, Rune. What? I have a feeling I might know the answer to the question of whose coin that is. Ah, my bright young fellow lodger. Let us hear your deduction. Well, there's actually a reason why I suggested a stroll down Briar Road. Oh, what reason? You see, I was here yesterday, and well, I dropped a little something. so I wanted to come and look for it while enjoying an afternoon stroll. I dropped my phone in the parking lot earlier today. Oops. Good thing there was no traffic, or a car would have run it over, given where I dropped it. Because I didn't notice until I got to my car. I was like, my phone is not in my pocket. Where'd it go? Wait, you dropped something? You don't mean... It was the pocket money that Hallie gave me. What's this, Iris? You dropped that. You dropped that, did you? I'm sorry. I went to the market on Lime Street yesterday to pick up some herbs, you see. But on the way, I must have dropped it. The 1 shilling coin you gave me. Oh. A 1 bob bit? Yes, in what I thought back over the route I took, I realised I must have dropped it here. Constable, you haven't seen it, have you? It's all my pocket money, and now it's gone. Okay, but Iris, you're rich. Well, I'm afraid I don't know anything about that, young lady. What rotten luck dropping your money like that? Sorry. I dare say the constable and his companion can give you a run for your money with their wide eyes. If it's all the same to you, Mr. Sholmes, I think I'd prefer not to be used as the yardstick for looking guilty. Well, it's tough really, isn't it, Iris? You dropped it, so it ain't yours no more. Anyway, you know what they say. What goes round comes around, so don't feel bad. Bad luck, Iris. It doesn't look like you're gonna get your coin back. I can't believe I've lost it. And straight after Hurley gave it to me as well. Yes, regrettable indeed. I seem to recall that particular coin was rather significant. What do you mean, significant? To be specific, it was especially significant to you, Runa. Significant to me? Oh, you don't mean... It was the coin from last night's wager? The very same, my dear fellow. What's this then? What wager? It was a game of poker. A duel between Helly and Runa. Poker? What, that tricky card game you mean? As a lawyer, I have the perfect poker face. You'll never be able to tell what I'm thinking, said he. But depriving Miss Norholo of his entire fortune was even easier than finding that missing thoroughbred. It was so infuriating. Reliving it now still makes me grit my teeth. Sorry, Iris, I had every intention of paying you back the money I owe you, but you have to wait, I'm afraid. Yes, I know. Don't worry. Next month is fine. Let me guess, Odo? Your old fortune. It was 1 whole shilling, my entire monthly stipend, and I lost all of it. As I handed it over to Mr. Sholmes, I gritted my teeth so hard my gums started to bleed. Please, Rono, don't exaggerate. It's a horrible image. What about a lawyer who borrows money from a 10-year-old girl? Now that's a horrible image. Why do I feel like my reputation for this couple has just fallen through the floor? There are few things more invigorating than taking a man for all he's worth. It's not nice. Don't be so pleased with yourself, Hurley. It's not as if Runo ever had a chance of winning. Wait, what? What do you mean by that? Well, using that special ink developed, anyone could. Thank you, Iris, that will do. I'm sure this conversation is proving very dull for everyone. What's done is done. The game is over now. There's no point in crying over spilt milk. Special ink, you say? Well, sir, that sounds like sort of risky business. That's right up my alley. Oh, Rolly, I love your dauntless spirit. You laugh in the face of danger. Come on then, Iris, spill it. What's this special ink about, eh? Ah, well, It's what's sometimes called invisible ink. All you have to do is write the suit and number on the reverse side of every card. And with the aid of some special glasses, the whole game is laid bare to you. Wait, you were wearing glasses last night, weren't you, Mr. Sholmes? He said something along the lines of, "My eyesight appears to have suddenly worsened." And the moment you failed to question... The moment you failed to question that is odd was the moment I knew I had won the game. Mind games, was it? Trying to throw me off with your eccentric ways? So you're telling me Sholmes could see every card what I'll add? What? But that's not mind games, that's blatant cheating! My dear fellow, what an accusation! Would you honestly consider me a cheat? Please. I prefer trickster. Whatever you call it, the game doesn't count now. Understand, Mr. Sholmes? Dear me. Well, out of respect for the bad grace with which you have take defeat, allow me to return your shilling. Did you hear that, Gina? So give it here. Eh? Let me out of this. Is it one ball Bill was buying from the start? No question. And so that the one ball was lifted from this here Bobby's pocket only a few minutes ago. So you keep saying, come on then, where's the evidence? Eh? The law, right? It's all about evidence. I know my stuff. You see, Miss Norhoda will use a trite excuse in court and others will parrot it. Only whenever I do say that in court, it isn't a trite excuse, you know. As I said, sir, that coin has got my blood, sweat, and tears all over it. That's right, it has. All these blood, sweat, and tears are the evidence. Blood, you say? In that case, it's time for this. Do you think... Well, if there's any trace of blood on that coin, we'll soon know about it. Alright, Ginny. Hold very still. Eh? What? Sucks, doesn't it? Look at that. See there on the coin? It's clearly changed color. In other words, there is blood on this coin. Once again, as I said, sir, that would be my blood, sweat, and tears. And wait. I've seen blood turn that color before. You still know whose it is. I know whose coin it is. What? The rightful owner of this bloodstained shilling is... Bruno! Huh? Me? And from the appearance of the blood, I would say it is quite fresh. Left within the last 24 hours. Within the last... then in that case... So this is the coin what Sholmes had off earlier last night in the poker game? Oh, Bruno, do you mean you really did make your gums bleed? I told you I was so infuriated to lose I had to grit my teeth as I handed over the money. Jeez. Blimey, you're hard up as me by the sound of it. But I thought you had a proper job. Come on, Gina, just hand it over, would you? The shilling that's rightfully mine. Oh, fine, alright then. Just stop your bleeding staring. Hey, you can't say bleeding, it's a swear word in Britain. Finally I have it back. It's like a dream come true. Tisk. I nearly had that one in the bag and all. That's wonderful, Bruno. I'm so happy for you. Now then, as you promised. I'd like my money back, please. The shilling I lent you before. Ah! You did say that you'd pay it back out of this month's pocket money, didn't you? Oh, yes, well then, I suppose... My dear fellow, do be kind to your gums. Looks like that shilling was always destined to be taken from you, sir. For some reason, the phrase "serves you right" is floating around in my head. Those two aren't as cute this time. So Iris, As promised, here is the shilling I owe you. Oh, you're repaying me already? Well, thank you. Next month would have been fine now. Oh, give me a break. What's all this about anyway? What are you lending out our money for? Oh yes, well actually it's because I went to the Lime Street Market yesterday to buy herbs. For Reno. Herbs? For Odo? Yes, the tea Mr. Otto left behind is top quality Gyokuro tea, but it's just so bitter. So when Iris suggested mixing with some herbs to make it more palatable, I asked her to buy me some. That's right. That's right. We've made a special Japanese herbal tea with the leftover Gyokuro. I'm going to call it Sissy's Special Blend. I do hope you'll all try it. The excruciating bitterness clings to the throat if you can persuade the bright green gloop to leave the cup. Well, it sounds quite delicious. Yeah, right. That was silly. Well, it appears this shilling's brief adventures are now at an end. Adventures? You must agree, my dear fellow, that the coin has made a considerable journey since last night. Let's see, originally it was the coin I was supposed to give Iris to pay her for the herbs. But then, in our poker duel last night, I passed to you, Mr. Sholmes. Who gave it to Iris suspended money. But then I dropped it here sometime yesterday. Then my beloved Rowley found it a little while ago and picked it up. Before it was lifted from my pocket by this here diver. Then I used my favourite gun to show the blood that was on it. And let slip about Sholmes' little scam in his card game last night. The annulment of which resulted in the coin returning to the ownership of Mr. Naruhodo, allowing me to pay Iris money out her after all, for the herbs she bought in order to make Susie's special blend tea. And now, after all that, the coin is resting safely in my pocket. Yeah, you're right. That was an adventure. What were we supposed to take away from it, eh? That this 1 shilling coin belongs to Iris and Iris alone, I think. I cannot fault your observation, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, you know what they say. What goes around comes around. Why do I get the feeling that Iris knew it was coming around to her from the very beginning? Priceless, as they say. Well then, my dear fellow, how about this evening we indulge in some bit of tea and bit of stomach? And a bit of rematch. Why do I think stomachache? I'll even allow you to stake the coming month's spending money in advance. I fold. Yeah. These are fun. I like these little side stories. And they don't overstay their welcome either, so that's nice. Oh, we're on to the last one. This one's gonna have Van Zeeks in it. Date unknown. The Old Bailey courtroom. Oh. This court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Herlock Sholmes. This is the most extraordinary case of murder, counsels. I assume I may proceed? Yes, my lord. The defense is ready. At your discretion, my lord. Very well. I hereby call on the prosecution to introduce the case. The incident in question took place 2 days ago, late at night, when the ground was blanketed with snow.
The location of the incident was the residence of the accused, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Indeed, the now famous address of number 221B Baker Street, was it? The address may have enjoyed fame once, my lord, but will henceforth endure infamy for this grim crime. Yes, sir. Well put. The victim, a certain Madame Rosie, was found asphyxiated on the accused sofa.
My word.
But it's unclear as to whether the victim was actually killed in the defendant's suite or not. After all, Mr. Sholmes left the room for only a brief moment. Madame Rosie somehow vanished herself out of his room completely.
Vanished herself, counsel? The victim?
Quite true, my lord. There's but one adjoining door between my drawing room and the kitchen. Yet, having brewed some tea in the kitchen, I returned to find the room completely empty.
There was nobody else present?
Ordinarily, my fellow lodger, Iris, would have been at home. However, on the day in question, she had been invited to a meeting of a scientific society in the city.
I'm afraid you have a propensity for exaggeration, sir. You claim the victim vanished herself, but really, it seems to me entirely plausible that she chose to leave via the main entrance of your suite.
As it happens, my lord, the door to the accused room was locked at the time from the inside. Very true, Inspector. As such, I can say with considerable surety that the victim did not leave via my front door. But what about, aha, yes! She could have snuck out through the window!
Objection!
The windows in the room were not locked, it's true. And the victim had the opportunity, however. Oh, there was snow all around the building outside. Not a patch of it had been disturbed. Would my learned friend care to explain how the victim could have left without leaving a trail? Suction cups? No? Yes? No? Okay.
So the victim, Madame Rosie, somehow vanished from the scene before she was killed.
Ugh! Naturally, I was alarmed by the sudden disappearance of my guest. So I summoned this gentleman, who resides in the attic room above my own, and we took a cab to Scotland Yard. I can confirm that the defendant called for me, and I saw his suite on my way downstairs. And yes, I'm quite sure it was empty, just as Mr. Sholmes had said. When we reached the yard, this very detective happened to be there. Well, yes, you see, I was just in my office for a while. I haven't got back from some important business. And then, having explained the situation to the inspector, we traveled back to Baker Street together. At that time, there were no footprints in the snow around the building other than the ones we've made.
Do I take it then, counsel, that you personally witnessed the scene where the incident took place?
No, my lord. I went straight up to bed in my own room to the attic. Inspector Gregson, however, was met with a most blood-curdling sight. On Mr. Sholmes' sofa, the vanished Madame Rosie, motionless.
So the victim was already dead when you discovered her, Inspector?
No, my lord, not dead. But not off it. She mustered all her remaining strength to say these dying words. That rotter Sholmes will be the death of me. Oh yes, I overheard that remark at the time too, delivered in a rasping voice full of malice. No! Those words indeed proved to be her last. The victim expired moments later, there on the sofa. The cause of death was identified as damage to the respiratory tract as a result of strangulation. Pray, does the accused dare to contest the inspector's account? Certainly not. In fact, the inspector has done an unusually fine job summarizing the salient points.
Sholmes will be the death of me. Damning departing words indeed.
Oh, I had to say swear, dang it. In her final moments, the victim named her killer, You, Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Objection!
But the defendant had no reason to take the victim's life. Perhaps you could tell the court, Mr. Sholmes, who exactly this Madame Rosie was? Oh yes, of course. Did I never mention her to you? I'd extended an invitation to her that evening, though she is loquacious in the extreme. The most trivial of matters quickly becomes a quarrel. I was only too pleased to leave her presence to make tea. Great.
It would appear then that the accused did in fact have a motive for silencing his heuristic guest permanently.
Heuristic?
Heuristic.
Of or characterized by debate or argument. A person given to debate or argument. Not me. Couldn't be me.
Objection!
Quit being so heuristic, chat. God. Putting that tenuous motive aside, what about the other mystery surrounding this case? Black. I'm inclined to agree with the defense. There remain a number of inscrutable details. The victim's alleged disappearances and subsequent reappearances, leaving no trail of footprints, for example. That's right. The crime described by the prosecution could never have happened.
Yet the victim named the accused in her dying breath. It seems to me that my learned friend has overlooked a significant detail here.
Nonsense! What have I overlooked?
The man in the dock, the so-called great detective, all too frequently makes the following bold claim. There is no crime beyond the realms of possibility, no mystery beyond my powers of reasoning.
Ugh!
So, Mr. Sholmes, you have no difficulty in explaining how the crime thus described could have taken place. Therefore, I propose a toast to the great detective upholding his name.
But of course. Were I to put my mind to the matter, the crime would immediately appear to all present to be entirely feasible. Please, Mr. Sholmes, whose side are you on? All you need to say is, no, even I can't think of a way that a crime like that could have been committed.
Let the accused's admission be noted by the court. Though the crime may appear impossible to us mortals of inferior mental capacity, this man alone claims to know exactly how it was done.
Now hold on, that's a very fragile argument.
Thank you, counsels. I believe I've heard more than enough to proceed to my adjudication. The accused great detective did, in some inscrutable manner, willfully murder the victim, Madame Rosie. I therefore find the defendant...
What? What?
Let this man be taken from this courtroom and, in some equally inscrutable manner, be sanctioned for his crimes.
Court is adjourned. Wait, isn't part of the judge's whole thing to declare the sentence? My lord, please. The truth about the mystery surrounding this case are known to another besides the great detective.
What's this?
Upon my word, Miss Norhodo, you are coming along wonderfully. You deduced a fundamental truth about this case, I believe.
Which would be, detective?
The truth to this case is known only to the true culprit, obviously. Is that not so, Gregson?
What? Well, I suppose, yes.
You don't mean... Are you suggesting, Mr. Sholmes, that you have an idea as to what actually happened that night? An idea, my dear fellow. I could explain the entire incident from start to finish with not a single detail omitted.
Objection!
It seems that the detective has failed to grasp the situation. Pray, Mr. Reaper, which of us has truly failed to grasp the situation, I wonder? Then answer me this. You claim that prior to the incident, the victim suddenly vanished without a trace from your room. If so, how exactly did Madame Rosie disappear? Why, naturally, via the window. It was ajar, after all. But that can't be. The room is a whole story above the street level. And anyway, no prints were found in the snow. There are any number of ways one could avoid leaving tracks in the snow, surely. Such as? Such as flying, for instance. A fatuous notion. And to where do you propose the victim flew, Mr. Sholmes? Is it not entirely plain? To the culprit's abode, of course. For having left my suite, that is clearly where Madame Rosie was murdered. Take a moment to consider the cruel irony, if you will. By her own volition, she flew directly to a death.
Objection!
Do you forget, Detective? The victim's corpse was discovered on your own sofa. No doubt because her killer carried her back there. But what about the lack of footprints in the snow again, then? There just weren't any. Other than our own from when we returned home ourselves. If by our footprints you refer to your own and mine, you are quite right, but there were those of another. On the night in question, there was one other person who could have conveyed the victim to my sofa. What? Good gracious! To whom do you refer, sir? A man whose somewhat unavailing presence at the scene of the crime would be questioned by no one. Unavailing? Ah, you don't mean... Indeed I do. A man who hastened to the scene directly upon learning of the incident at Scotland Yard, namely... you, Inspector Gregson. When you arrived at my address on Baker Street, you were carrying the half-dead Madame Rosie with you. What? You waited for a suitable opportunity and then laid the victim on my sofa. You did what? What are you talking about? This does not make sense. But we were with the inspector when he arrived. How could he possibly have been carrying the victim? We would have noticed. My dear fellow, a most obvious answer presents itself, does it not? The inspector is rarely, if ever, without his overcoat. The victim was simply conveyed in one of its many pockets. Was it a mouse? I fail to see what makes this detective great, but I can say one thing with great certainty. A human body cannot fit into the pockets of an overcoat. I believe you may have fallen foul of a rather significant misapprehension. What? Madame Rosie was not a human. Oh, it talked, though. It was probably a bird. I beg your pardon? Because it flew. Oh my gosh. Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Miss Naruhodo, something troubles you, perhaps? Whatever gives you that idea? Exactly what sort of creature was Madame Rosie? Is it not apparent already? A parakeet, of course. He did have a parakeet in his house, didn't he? Unless I'm misremembering. Huh? A most self-conceited specimen, in fact. A parakeet? She was an incessant talker, I must say. Her manner was quite intolerable at times. Want to turn every conversation to quarrel. I thought to strangle the creature on more than one occasion. You had a quarrel with a parakeet? But of course, why else would she have chosen to fly from my window so uncordially that evening? To the abode of the inspector here beside me, no less. To Inspector Gregson's abode? But Why? Because that was the parakeet's home, naturally. What are you... The inspector was called away from town for some days, so it was arranged that I would look after the bird. But it would appear that she was overcome with a sudden yearning for her keeper. Thus prompting a flight from my comfortable suite to the inspector's office at Scotland Yard. Well, Gregson, I believe it's high time you explained. Give us your account of what happened that night, sparing no details, of course. Inspector Gregson? It was an accident. I got back from being away that evening, you see. I just walked through the door of my office. I never imagined Madame Rosie would be on her way back to the yard as well. I slammed the door shut behind me, just as she was trying to fly through it. Oh, it's Madame Rosie. She got sandwiched between the door and the frame and fell to the floor. That's something I've always been afraid of. I don't have any pets right now, but when I lived with my mom and we did have dog and cat and stuff, I'd always be worried about slamming doors behind me, so I wouldn't slam doors behind me. Cause like, what if there's a cat right there? Cause while not slammed, I definitely have hit a cat with a door before, so they didn't die or really get hurt significantly, but oh, that's scary though. With a bird, she got sandwiched between the door and the frame and fell to the floor, never to move again because of me. Well, I had to do something. And just when I was trying to think of a plan, you fellas arrived talking about some incident at Baker Street. I had to hide Madame Rosie in a hurry. So I stuffed her in my coat pocket and got to the cab with the pair of you. What could possibly have motivated you to behave in such a manner, Inspector? Lord Strongheart, sir. What? Lord Strongheart? Please tell me I didn't hear that right. It was Lord Chief Justice who asked me to look after that bird in the first place. She'd been living with the pigeons at the Supreme Court until then. But apparently the other birds had started to pick on her. So for the past 6 months or so, I've been caring for her in my office at the yard. I see. If anything happened to that bird, just imagine. No pay and no time off for the rest of my career. You mark my words, that's what's gonna happen. That's why well. But the victim's dying words, Inspector. Quite heard earlier that Madame Rosie spoke the name of her assailant on her deathbed. That Rotter Sholmes will be the death of me. Indeed she did. Quite uncalled for, wouldn't you agree? But those words are your true feelings, are they not, Inspector? Clearly you speak of me often at your office at the yard, in a disparaging manner. A manner that the merry parakeet took much delight in mimicking. Well, come on, I mean, have you read this month's edition of Rance Magazine, eh? I'm... Sorry! This is all absolutely true? Alright, so this one is clearly like a parody of Ace Attorney itself, and like why extremely significant and easy to pass on information just like doesn't get told to people. It's making fun of itself, I get it. Something wrong, Lord Van Zakes? No, nothing. I am almost drifted off for a moment there. It's hard not to drift off when you've been kept waiting 3 hours already. I wonder if we'll manage to meet with Lord Strongheart at all today. We may have to deliver the report on the Windobank case that he asked for on another day. Tell me, Inspector, what became of that bird? Oh, Madame Rosie, you mean? She had a narrow escape, but she's still alive. Oh, why'd you take Jones to court for it then? I delivered her back here not long ago, actually, on Lord Strongheart's orders. He's hoping the pigeons will accept it now. It was something of a shock to hear that she'd been crushed in the doorway of your office. Especially as we were all under the misapprehension that Madame Rosie was a person. Sorry about that. It was Lord Strongheart's demand that... Ah, good, you're here. I apologize for my tardiness. I'm exactly 3 hours, 24 minutes, and 57 seconds late. Oh no, my lord. No, please don't trouble yourself. Nothing gives us greater pleasure than standing here doing nothing for hours on end. Heartening. So let's hear it then. Your report. The Windobank trial is concluded. But this is far from over. It seems that dark, far eastern lawyer and I have some shared destiny. We will meet again, of that I have no doubt. Do you see that, Lord Van Zinks, did you? Madame Rosie went flying off among the pigeons there, happy as Larry she was. Really, Inspector? You must be relieved. Alright, those were cute, and I guess they're all canon. The last one was a little bit of a stretch as to why it was even in court. Like, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense why that would come to court, since Sholmes and Gregson both knew it was a bird. Like, who brought it to court? Alright, well, that's about it. What are we looking at on time? Yeah, there's no reason to drag it out too much. I wouldn't mind reading some of the descriptions in the gallery, though. Yeah, they have, like, descriptions. Hello, I'm Kazuyinuri, art director and character designer for the game. Let me show you some of the character designs and scene-setting artwork produced by the development of Great History Adventures. Here's the hero of the whole show, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. The main concern here was to strike a good balance between a period look of someone out of Meiji, Japan, and a believable ancestor to the protagonist of the main Ace Attorney games, Phoenix Wright. I started off with a stoic university student uniform befitting the period, but I didn't want it to be too generic, so I altered the cut of the back and the sleeves and added some details to suit the Japan in the world of the Great Ace Attorney. Buttons on the back accentuate and draw the jacket in to create smart, svelte lines. This picture was drawn as a reference for Ryunosuke's principal in court camera angle, and he has his sword drawn because, well, I just want to see what it would look like. That's great. This is Ryunosuke's traveling to Britain outfit. I included the school cap and cape as they lend an obvious period air, being so different to modern clothing. These sketches are from the very first proposals. No scenarios had been written at the time, so I had Ryunosuke younger than he ended up, and his hairstyle was based more heavily on his descendants than on something faithful to the period. I wouldn't have minded knockoff Phoenix on, like, the left there. Male hairstyles during the period
were nowhere near as diverse as they are today. They were either cropped short, side-parted, or swept back. I kind of like that top right one. Oh. I could be pressing R. I wrestled with various options to create something that was realistic and faithful to the period and to Ryunosuke's personality while still being suggestive of his descendants' manga-style hair. I remember drawing these sketches as a way to distract myself when I was stuck on the hairstyle. As it turns out, they came in useful for explaining how the game works in the game proposal document. Whilst overall character design is reasonably uncomplicated, I was conscious that I wanted to convey the unique qualities of this game's world by paying extra attention to the fine details. Every accessory and adornment has personal significance to the character, which is an idea I hope players will use their imaginations to explore. Let me show you. This is a female lead Susato Mikotoba. Is that so? The theme for the design was that of a female student who embodies the principles of Yamato Nadeshiko, or personification of the quintessential Japanese woman. So I decided to use the easily identifiable and typically Japanese cherry blossom as the Mikotoba family crest, influencing the pattern of her kimono and hem of the hakama trousers. The heart of Susato's character is her impeccable upbringing, which I've tried to bring out in various elements of her design, from her posture, facial expressions, and the quality of her kimono. The theme for the design was that of a female student who embodied the principles of Yamato Nadeshiko. Oh, I already read that. Gosh dang it. I designed Susato's wrap to complement Ryunosuke's traveling clothes. Knowing it would only appear in an anime cutscene, I decided to keep the design overwhelmingly simple, with the exception of the clasp. The design is so simple it's not even a design, it's just a shawl. I wanted Susato's hair to be styled appropriately for the period, whilst at the same time being a little out of the ordinary. I ended up with something that looked relatively simple in the silhouette, but was actually quite complicated. This frontal portrayal was drawn while the kimono pattern was being finalized. I tried a great many different designs before arriving on the final one in order to find a pattern that didn't draw excessive attention. Oh, I didn't realize she had like a little thing on her head. This is an early proposal sketch when it wasn't clear yet how folksy to make Susato. Later, in parallel with Mr. Takumi's scenario development, I got a better feel for her character and softened her into a refined young lady. This image was drawn to help with the anime creation. Anime cutscenes form bridges between various scenarios in the game, so it's vitally important to avoid any discrepancies between the renderings of the characters. It's always my intention not to interfere with anime artists and their work, but sometimes minor corrections are required. It's a constant dilemma for me. Also, factoring into Susato's design was how she would appear alongside Ryunosuke. In the end, I think that the contrast in conduct and bearing between the two helps establish her as a memorable female lead. Yeah, I liked Susato a lot more than I thought I would at first. Here we have the great detective himself, Sherlock Holmes, but how was I going to come up with a design to satisfy the required unique take on the classic detective? To begin with, I brought some steampunk elements to the Victorian-era character. Then I tried to create a stylish arrangement of various period elements and some iconic characteristics of the original that I wanted to preserve, like the deerstalker. Sholmes' personal crest combines the cogwheel motif of his consulting detective business and the simple flower design of Iris's crest. The cogwheel symbolizes the Industrial Revolution taking place in Britain at the time. There are also overtones of the relationship between Sholmes and Iris in the motif, with Iris, the flower, being at the center, being protected by Sholmes, the cogwheel, around the outside. That's cute. It's careful to preserve the essential features of the great detective, such as the deerstalker and pipe arrangement, arranging them into a character that would be instantly recognizable to all. Did a pretty good job of that, I think. Sholmes' equipment is an exception to the rule, in it all consisting of technology belonging to a much more modern era than the game's setting, and takes in fantasy elements from the world of Great Ace Attorney. The gun Sholmes makes use of in his investigations is a percussion revolver that could actually be employed as a regular firearm. Wait, is he supposed to use the pipe as a silencer? The idea is to juxtapose that with Ryunosuke's Japanese katana sword, thereby highlighting the significant difference between the Japanese and European cultures of the day. When Sholmes' goggles are turned on, the shape in the center of each eyepiece lights up and rotates. It's supposed to conjure the idea of a lens attachment on a camera to complement the detective's investigations. Sadly, that couldn't be realized for Sholmes' in-game animations at this time. Interesting. This is Sholmes' indoor attire, since I assumed he wouldn't be comfortable relaxing at home whilst wearing his detective's paraphernalia. His hair is styled as wisps of smoke to complement the indispensable pipe. Oh! Although the usual portrayal of Sholmes is of a man with black hair, I wanted to give him a different color to provide some variety next to the hair of Ryunosuke and other Japanese characters. That makes sense. This is a sketch I did for the initial proposal document. The image of Sholmes in the midst of analyzing evidence played a crucial part in portraying the souped-up role forensic investigation was to play in this game. That's cool. The actual character design was not fixed at this stage, even though the general direction had been decided already. This is a very early proposal sketch. It was supposed to portray a somewhat dark London with heavy steampunk influences. In the end, the Sholmes-ness was too diluted, so the design was scrapped. I subsequently settled on the game's Sholmes as a man whose striking appearance is only diminished by the striking erroneousness of his transcendent deductions. Here we have Iris Wilson, whose character was developed on the basic idea of a child genius. Iris brings together a number of rather eccentric elements of the game world in a subtle and controlled way. At first glance, her hair appears to be tied up in a cute style that combines elements of ribbon, bows, and hearts, but in fact, her fringe follows a golden spiral. It does? A logarithmic curve based on the golden ratio. Oh, okay. What appear to be ribbons of hair tied in a bow from the front are revealed from behind to be a Mobius strip. Oh my gosh, really? That's awesome. I didn't realize that. A type of surface that with interesting topological properties signifying Iris's infinite possibilities. Wow. So a number of secret mathematical curiosities have been deliberately hidden in this young child genius's innocent appearance. Holy crap! I decided to make use of a flower/plant motif in Iris's character design. That was initially inspired by a long history of the use of herbs and plant aromas. History
that the use of herbs and plant aromas has in Britain. Weird grammar things. Threw me off. But also because the idea of blending herbal teas fits naturally with Sholmes' chemistry-based investigation techniques. The goggles, gun, and knapsack are a set that match Sholmes' accoutrements. Never seen that word before. Goggles in particular were part of the initial design and always intended not just to be a cute addition, but lend a dubious air to Iris's appearance to make people think there's more to her than meets the eyes. Yeah? That's a... Look. It's a really good character design, alright? Iris and Sholmes' inventions are, as a rule, far more advanced than the science and technology of the era in which the game is set. The thermos flask would have been considered a magical bottle at the time, but in the game's late Victorian setting, Iris and Sholmes have already developed one and make use out of it in their everyday lives. Though technologically advanced, the appearance of their inventions follow the typical style of the era. Iris carries a gun she's developed, the Aroma 1, in her knapsack. Oh, she doesn't always have that thermos on her, huh? I see. These are felt doll charms that Iris has attached to her knapsack. They're a bear and a hare based on Iris and Sholmes, and were originally going to be very instrumental in the story and shown in a lot of close-up detail. I gave a great deal of thought to their construction whilst making them as fun as possible. They're particular favorites of mine. I mean, they played a pretty important role in the final case. Okay, Beta Iris is not bad at all. This is an illustration from a time when I had Iris in a hat for her out and about clothing. At this stage, her character hadn't been finalized, so I drew her older than in the final game, with more ladylike hair, with a more ladylike air. I mean, she kind of just looks like Iris, but older. I could see her looking like that in like 4 years. That looks like 14, 15. Yeah? No? I don't know. These sketches were done when I was exploring some elements of a magical girl to incorporate into Iris' character design as a way of giving her more punch. She has a much brighter look here than in the previous illustration. This is an illustration I drew when Iris was almost complete. It contains all of the key elements that make up her design, though her face is a little more mature than in the final cut. In the end, I gave her a slightly brighter and more bubbly expression, and included some additional ladylike touches to produce the young Miss Wilson, as you all know from the game. I don't want to read all of Cosmo's. Wait, we want to read some of them though. These are some sketches I did during transition phase where we were considering who should have glasses. Eventually we settled on that being Satoru Hosonaga. Oh, she doesn't count. Whose design was also working on at the time. So Kazuma ended up with just his Hachimaki headband instead. But for a while, the competition who had become respectable one was fierce. Lol. This picture includes all the main characters. These are the key visual early stages of development. In this section of the gallery, I'd like to present the whole character design drawings for less major characters. Alright, I'm curious about this actually. Giselle Brett, being the first Western character you encounter as the story starts to unfold in Japan, I decided to make her a somewhat bizarre fantasy-style gentlewoman who would leave a strong visual impression. It was a deliberate attempt to heighten expectations, or trepidation about the overseas voyage soon to follow. The mask she wears was styled to pair with the eyes of the swan on her hat. I almost eliminated the chicks from Giselle's design on numerous occasions, but they made it through in the end. There's chicks on her design? Where? What? What? Rolly and Pet B, there are a lot of pair witnesses who appear together in this game, but I had a firm idea how I wanted these two to interact from the outset, so I actually worked backwards from there. I designed them as a single unit, two people moving and acting as one. Wow, words. The scarf that goes around both their necks is a good example of that. They were modeled on the idea of dolls, wooden marionettes, or porcelain dolls, and are supposed to have fantasy world image despite being virtually penniless. To bring out their genuineness and their sweet personalities. Oh, cute. Since there were already commemorative group pictures at the end of each game, I sought to avoid the same themes and motives in these pictures. I also didn't want to take away from the good vibes after finishing each title, so, well, I gave it a lot of thought. In the end, I settled on using just Ryunosuke and Kazuma, as the two of them are the embodiment of the great Ace Attorney. This illustration tells of the hope and ambition in their hearts, and just before they set sail for Great Britain, standing shoulder to shoulder, they turned towards the same future at the start of their journey. Looking at this after experiencing the events of adventures, it's like going back in time, and it's sure to stir up all sorts of emotions. I drew a similar picture once for the Adventures art book, but as this piece was going to be used in a game, I made it more like a snapshot of something that might happen in the story itself. I turned to the iconic final scene at daybreak between Ryunosuke and Kazuma for inspiration, with symbolic illustration their parting of ways. The image of the sun rising between their crossed swords was something I desperately wanted to include in the game, and it turned out to be a very emotionally powerful scene. It hints at their futures while showing the metaphorical dawning of a new age. Words. Maybe I should just end stream now. Jeez. Rushing off down their respective paths with conviction in their hearts, Ryunosuke and Kazuma dash away in opposite directions from the rising sun until the day their fates would cross once more. Whereas the two of them were facing the same direction in Brother's Ambitious Dream, Brother's Dawn presents visual thematic counterpart, complete set. Before I begin, please aware there are a large number of big spoilers, both my comments and I often like to create costumes that speak characters' backstory and personalities, or how visually striking they are. That can lead to the design feeling rather uninteresting after the first time you see it. To avoid that pitfall, I remember wanting to make this outfit feel connected to the story somehow while it's expanding the world of Great Ace Attorney. So I added a few things here and there to spark the imagination, give you something to do. I strove to bring out cuteness befitting a child her age more than in the previous game's illustration. I also wanted to show off her knapsack and the other charms hanging out from it, which had both been hidden behind her. Also of importance was how we should look when paired with Sholmes and various promotional materials. After retire, I actually designed this during the production of the first game. so I was thrilled to be able to bring it out again after I'd put it away for various reasons. The jacket she wears over her indoor clothes is based on steampunk aviators, to which I added elements that made her more resemble a little bear-shaped Lucky Charm she's made of herself. Oh, let's see. Incorporating flowers and hearts in the design, I landed on wildly Eastern motif that decorated her hat. When she lowers her goggles, she looks just like her Lucky Charm. Was off tune. Dun, 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 dun. Ba-na-na-na-na. These Q's visuals do look really nice, though. Look at them. Dun. Look how evil Strongheart looks up there. What a villain. He's evil over here too. Look at him. Is Gregson on this cover? Yeah, he is. Oh, but he's turned away. Oh. Oh. And the Chronicles visual. It's interesting that it's like, it's completely separate composition, but somehow it just feels like those two just got melded into each other. Like an AI generated it, but it actually did a good job. Obviously it wasn't an AI, it was a person. With artistic talents. Clearly. It looks really nice. I just like the coloring. It's so good. Alright, is there anything else we should look at? Oh yeah, there's these two. Gosh, I don't know how long these are, though. 7 Days of Sin? I don't know about these. I might watch those on my own time. I don't really feel like streaming them. Make those exclamation marks go away. Golly. Well, pretty much, that's the game, folks. And what a game it was. You know, I greatly look forward to the next Ace Attorney game when it comes out. I will almost definitely stream it. I'll drop whatever I'm doing and stream that. I'll lose all viewers I possibly have because I'm gonna play Ace Attorney. Yeah, friendly reminder once again that let me get my visual here. 1 year anniversary stream, January 22nd. Probably starting at 6 p.m. PST, as I do. You know. Dun 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 dun. I'm gonna unveil a new model, and probably not a whole lot else. I'll react to my old debuts, but yeah. I mean, I'll credit my ferret mama. I'll credit my ferret mama as well, but I won't have like a whole lot laid out. I don't know. If there's something, it'll be a just chatting stream. So if there's something chat wants to talk about, then we'll just sit there and chat. And if chat doesn't want to talk anything, I'll just watch my my old debuts and cringe, and we'll call it a day. Wow. Anyway, thanks so much for watching. Let's see if there's anyone I want to raid. Because I see the numbers
a little lower than I prefer right now. So let's see if there's anyone who would appreciate the number. Nope, I don't think anyone's gonna appreciate this number. Well, have a great day. I'm done with Ace Attorney. I think my next long series that I'll be doing will probably be Pokemon Legends Arceus. So I'll just kind of be stalling until then. I don't want to start a new game and then drop it for Arceus. But until next time, my peeps, this ferret is out. Have a great one. And objection. Objection!